Alright. Let's see here. We are live now. At least, I think we are. I have the yoke cam working, but I don't have faith that it's going to work for too long. Anyway, today we are beginning a little something new. If I were to get up Newsky, today we are beginning the AirNott Around the World Capitals. Okay. And we are starting out by going from Gatwick to Berlin. Okay. Wherever I can find it. Where can I find it? Words. Around the world. 64 legs in total. To get at least 7.25. I have reasonably strong hopes that we're going to be able to do that just fine. We're going to start out in the A320. We might switch over. Sorry, we're going to start out in the A321 today. We may or may not switch over to the 777 for some longer legs, but we will start out in the A321 first. Okay. And we're going to start out at London Gatwick. Okay. Bird 63 Golf. That's fine. A321. It'll be the IAE. From 205. Nah, that's a little on the student side. We'll make it 20, I think. And I think 20 is student. We'll make it 15. Okay. Book flight. Generate LFP. Let me go ahead and get VAT simulator up. Wherever it is. It's coming up. I have yoke cam working today. It's unreliable. And so I think I already mentioned this, but hopefully yoke cam will work today. And hopefully it will continue to work throughout the entire stream. If it does not, then we're just going to have to live with it. And look at all the ATC that we're missing out on over there. Whatever. Gatwick. We will take stand 101. We'll take stand 101. Starting out in the A321, like I said, we might switch over to the triple later. Yeah, Fenix A321. Wonderful, we got Moby Flight running in the background. London Gatwick. I said we stand 101 set as departure. Oh. There we go. Right underneath the sky bridge. Pre-file for VATSIM. Go and get V pilot up. Oh shit, we have an update. Yeah, whatever. We'll worry about that update later. Bird 63 Golf. Let me quickly take care of my new push to talk button. Here's Bird 63 Golf. We are in an A321. Hey Seb! Just give me a second to connect up to VATSIM. Yeah, the yoke cam working today, and hopefully it's going to continue to work. There's no promises because I had to restart the computer in order to get it working. So there's no guarantees that it's going to continue to work. So we are connected up to VATSIM. Our flight plan is filed now. At least it says it is. Let me just hit file again. There we go. Know what you see online at Gatwick, unfortunately, but that's fine. It's been ages since we last used an A320. External power on. Batteries on. Nav. So, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, you can expect a setup tour in probably most likely a short at some point in the next week or two. Then again, I say that about every video I make, and I never get to it. So, I still have not edited the thing. Hey, Bacon Aviation. You're someone new to the stream. Yeah, our first leg of the day is Gatwick to Berlin. Tapped import from SimBrief. And we have a new yoke cam working. Theoretically. So. Oh, British Airways A350 Heathrow to Hong Kong. That's interesting. Very interesting. Wouldn't that be like a 12-hour or like a 20-hour flight, something like that? I can do long haul, but I don't know if I can do that long haul. I like long haul. Just don't know if I can do that long haul. Our Speedbird 63 Golf. And they have our OFE, so. I just love all the chatter that's going on. Okay, let me just quickly get the iPad working. Okay. One thing works, another thing breaks. And I don't know what to do about it. Okay. No iPad today, unfortunately, guys. Usually I have an iPad view, but that's broken. One thing breaks, one thing gets fixed, another thing breaks. Okay, in that case, go scene 2, which I haven't named properly. Okay, our cost index is 60. And the cruising altitude is, which I file with, VATSIM, 330. So, yeah, we got the freeware scenery of Gatwick because I actually think it's better than the EDDB-LOWS payware. So, I own the old EDDB-LOWS payware for 2020, and I'll just leave it at the freeware is fine. Don't see any point in paying any builds when you have freeware that works just fine. So, okay. Mass and balance, load aircraft, fast. I think I told Newsky to have a departure time of 15, so we have plenty of time. Feels like it's been forever since we last flew an A320 as well. Sorry, an A321. They're all the same though. Okay, flight plan. What does SimBrief recommend? And tools. 08 right. What are the wind? What are the winds? So, 08 right would be amazing. So. Where's the matter? Oh, nice. Nice. Hong Kong to Osaka. Nice. The CX one. I don't think I've used that one. That surely is not a Microsoft Flight Sim one. Okay, what? That's annoying. Let me just make sure live weather is actually on then. Just. Alright, in that case. Nice. Nice. Yeah, the EDDB-LOWS A350, it's not, I'm not the biggest fan of it. Actually, Seb and I were talking about it earlier, off stream and in our own private Discord chat. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I mean, it's nice, but yeah, just on the U.S. government website is what I usually do. For some reason, I can't get it from there. We are Gatwick. All right, the winds are 0 to 0 degrees, 3 knots. All right, in that case, we will definitely take MEDAR, meteorology stuff. The MEDAR is just tells you the winds and everything. Tells you the wind, tells you the visibility, the temperature, your QNH setting. Departure via runway 08 right. And what are we on today for our departure? We are on the Freedom's 10 departure. Insert. Yeah, the MEDAR essentially just tells you the weather at the airport. It tells you what the outside air pressure is, so you can get your altitudes correct. Ours, the QNH is 1033. Tells you the visibility. Tells you the temperature. All that good stuff. It's all really useful. And required to know. So. Alright, and the clouds are broken. Okay, that's fine. The temperature is 2.09. The winds are 020 degrees, 3 knots. And once again, I'm sorry y'all can't see this, but OBS has issues. So OBS has a lot of issues right now, and I'm kind of beginning to wonder if I need to begin to look into another alternative. Even though I've been using OBS pretty much my entire life, so okay. Performance data. 08 right. No, improved climb. I don't worry about that. That is a bit of a gap. It's not that big of a gap, but those numbers are fine. Those numbers are all appropriate. So, we have 145, 152, 155 on a flaps 1 setting. Flex to temp 44. And I agree with that transition altitude of 6,000. Usually I'd use a chart to figure it out for certain, but we're fine with that. Iris alignment in 1 minute, wonderful. What are we looking like in terms of our loading? Could be going a little faster. The loading could be a little bit faster now, but not anything we're going to do about it. Alright. No smoking to auto, seatbelt signs on nav and logo to 1. And we can get some dome lights in here as well. It doesn't have to be so dark. Alright. At this point in time, we're just waiting on at this point in time, we really just are waiting on passengers to load, fuel to load. Actually, all the fuel is already loaded. begin to start the APU here once all the passengers are boarded. So, and then we'll push and figure out where we're out of taxi to 08 right. Actually, we can worry about the taxi now because we have a few minutes. Wrong flight. Import, first and brief. Gatwick to Berlin. Alright. So we're here at stand 101. And so we'll push on to Lima. We'll face west. We'll push on to Lima, face west. Go under the bridge. Go, then taxi down Quebec, most likely. Taxi down Quebec. Join Juliet. And take Juliet all the way down. Line up via Juliet 1. So, and that's what we'll do. Take off 08 right. Then we get to fly via the France 1 Zulu. Most likely go direct to Kilo Kilo Echo 25. Or we might just go to, depending on traffic, we might go direct to Daga, save us a few minutes. And then it's about as straight of a route as we can possibly get into Berlin. So, looking solid. Alright, in the meantime, everything there is looking good. We can tell the transponder to go on. Tell TCAS and all that stuff to go on. We don't have a squawk code. There's no ATC online, so that's all fine. Parking brake is fine for right now. Actually, don't need that on. I don't want to keep the stuff heated. I don't want to keep the brakes heated, which is fine, but it's still not ideal. There's nothing up here that we need to do. We can turn the wing lights on. The wing lights, and we don't have logo lights, do we? In the 777, we have logo lights. So we can advertise this. And yeah, we don't have that in this aircraft though. We're an A321, in case anyone's curious. Though we might, for one of the longer legs after we get to somewhere, I think it's Hungary. We have a leg beyond that is going to be about 100 nautical miles. Sorry, not about 100, about 700 nautical miles. We may or may not switch back over to the 777 for that. Though the intention is to not have to do that. It has been a while since we last flew an A320. We've been flying a lot. We've been flying a massive amount of long hauls recently. So, all right. Just waiting on this final few pesky passengers. We can now go ahead and start at the APU. And I completely forgot to update the Fenix aircraft. There are updates for the Fenix aircraft that I need to install, but I forgot to do those. And I didn't realize it until after I already had the sim running. So it's like, whatever. I'll deal with it tomorrow night. I'll deal with it tomorrow. And I do believe we're aiming for a stream tomorrow. I don't know yet for certain, but I think that's going to be the goal. Probably around the same time, maybe a little earlier. Alright, we do have a company message. ESA menu. Received messages. Load sheet. Accept. Aircraft loaded. Wonderful. GSX. Time for you to push us back. 22.8 isn't the frequency. All right. They have not gotten rid of that idiot yet, and it's getting annoying. But I actually sent him. I sent him home early today because he was. It's like he's so weird because it's like he begs for shifts.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Good, so am I. He begs for shifts, and then every single shift he wants to leave early. And it's like today, when he came to ask to leave early, I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll let you leave early. You're just getting on my nerves. If you're gonna continue to stand there and be like, can I leave early? It's like, what on earth? I'll let you leave early. It'll help our labor numbers as well. So, and it's not like we didn't have the people. It's completely fine to send him home, but still, he's gonna end up getting fired here soon, though. Still very, very annoying that he's still there. It's like the weird thing is that there's been so many complaints about him from everyone, and I just don't know how he's still there, but he is. So.
Locking gear.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and. Good question actually. This first leg shouldn't actually be this long. I'll tell you in a moment once we begin pushing. It'll be nose to the right, tail to the left. VP's on, right? Yes, it is.
Ready commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
I'll tell you how long the flight's gonna be in a moment. Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf stand 101, push and start facing west. Gatwick traffic. Alright, ignition start, engine number 1, engine number 2. Gonna give you the yoke cam now. In terms of the length of the flight though, this leg shouldn't be about an hour and a half. About an hour and a half. And the next leg will be really, really short. The next leg will only be about 45 minutes. I'd hope if we actually started Newsky though. Or else you have to redo the entire leg. Beacon on. Good to have both engines starting up. So, yeah, the flight should be about an hour and a half. Certainly no more than 2 hours. Even if we begin our descent early, which asks that we have a bit of a reputation for doing. So. Alright. We may need to install a proper GSX profile because that is not in any way, shape, or form aligned to where it should be. We need to install a new GSX profile at some point. Whatever.
Please set parking brakes.
Parking brakes set.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Both engines started appropriately.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
There you go. Then we our initial. We can go ahead and throw in our altitude, our final altitude, which will be the rightful 330. So it's gonna be our final altitude. So. Actually, I did get yelled at fairly recently as well.
Unlocking gear.
For not for being too slow, but well. Actually, recently the Gatwick incident. The incident at Gatwick began with us, with me slowing my speed way too early. And then some idiot decided to try to overtake me at like 200 feet off the ground. So that whole incident began with me getting yelled at, though. and then I sped up, and then that guy sped up and did not maintain separation at all. So. That was our final flight. We were in a 777 going from Brussels to Gatwick. So, okay, nose to taxi. Landing lights on. Actually, we can keep those off right now. APU can go ahead and come off. Strobes auto. Alright. And then we are to taxi. Runway 08 right. Via Lima, Quebec, and Juliet. Alright. In the meantime, Gatwick traffic, Speedbird, 63 Golf taxiing, holding point Juliet 1 for runway 08 right via Lima, Quebec, and Juliet. Gatwick traffic. Alright. We have everything on, right? Yeah. Do. Good. We can turn the runway turn off lights on as preparation. Everything up there is solid though. Yeah, no, that whole Gatwick incident, it began with me being a little too slow. And the guy who tried to take me off over at 200 feet off the ground just would not maintain any form of separation at all. It's like, and that resulted in a go around. And then what immediately following that was a Mayday fuel call because I was down to like 5 kilos. We were down to like 5 tons of fuel in a 777, which is nothing. You use one taxi. So, auto brake max. Yeah, just to say, this version of Gatwick's amazing. It's nice to have a decent control tower as well. Sorry, everyone. So, yeah, we are a little too proactive here. Is what I find, and it's I don't know that's more of just a me thing and not really a me doing anything wrong thing. But at times we have certainly descended way too early, and slowed our speed way too early. Actually, we kind of did that into Baltimore the other day as well, and yeah, and that's just a me thing. I just need to get better at not doing that. So. But that's why I'm sick. And it's me. It's like I said. Every single day for work, I arrive like 40 minutes early. So, and yeah, maybe if I were to start arriving 30 minutes early, that'd be fine. But that's not who I am. It's like I'm not. I don't know how to not do that. So. Alright, ground spoilers to arm. Good, they are now. Buzz the cabin. Flaps to 1. Oh, we didn't do a flight control check. Full down, full up, full left. It's not helpful when I bust it into the screen. Full right. Flight control check completed. Alright.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Wonderful. Good job, Captain. You're not late like you usually are. Alright. Gonna taxi all the way down. And actually, I guess we could cross 08 left via Gulf. Yeah, we'll do that instead. We still have full length. Just a little easier. Line up via Gulf 1 instead of Juliet 1. No point in going all the way down to Juliet 1. We're in an A321 for God's sake. We're not a heavy 777. Now, if we were a heavy 777, we would have. We would be going down to Juliet 1. Alright, landing lights on in the meantime. Nose lights to take off. Alright. Takeoff config, check. Takeoff config normal. Wonderful. And we are on the Franz 10 departure, though I'm not going to follow it. We're just going to go, once we're airborne, once we're stable, we're going to go direct to a waypoint. So. Once we are airborne, we will go ahead and check in with VAT UK. It's been a few days. See where my spot is in line for ATC training. Just monitor how fast it's going down exactly. Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, crossing runway 08 left to line up runway 08 right via Golf 1, Gatwick traffic. Alright. Yeah, this first leg should be an easy leg. It's the leg. It's not the next one. It's the leg afterwards. It's the third leg of the night that it's gonna be a bit annoying. Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, clear of 08 left, lining up runway 08 right for the Franz 1 Zulu departure. Gatwick traffic. Right, this thing that I find useful. Get the localizer up, and it'll essentially help you make sure you stay aligned with the runway in Newsky's terms. Alright. Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, taking off runway 08 right via the Franz 1 Zulu departure. Gatwick traffic. Alright, Seb, pay attention, see how this yoke cam works. Thrust is set. Airspeed alive. 60 knots.
Qatari 784, what do you check?
5x5.
Thank you, sir.
80 knots check. 100 knots. V1 and rotate. Newsky will not be thrilled about that. Positive rate, gear up. Certainly a wobbly takeoff, I'm not gonna lie about that. Thrust levers climb now. Throw the flaps away now. We can point the nose down a bit more. Alright. And the autopilot does not want to go on. There we go. Autopilot on now. Not the best departure ever, but whatever. Newsky's gonna take off points. We actually have plenty of points to lose as well, so. And we forgot to send this to the MCDU. We'll worry about that later. In the meantime, we can go direct to Fran. You can see it's been a minute since I last used the A320. Insert direct to, and then let's go ahead and take care of the weights. Gatwick traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, passing 5,000 now, climbing flight level 330 direct Fran. That is the Foxtrot, Romeo, Alpha, November, Echo, waypoint. Gatwick traffic. What the hell? We are going way over speed. It was because of the A floor. That's what it was. Which is essentially a way of the aircraft telling itself speed the engines up as fast as possible. Which needed to happen because we did not do the best of takeoffs. Yeah, I know. The speed limit. We exceeded the speed limit. Thanks very much for that. Alright. It's fuel. And our zero fuel weight is 714. Seven 1.4. And then the so that's 25. 25.4. There we go. That's all we need to do. Alright. Let's go ahead and climb flight level 330. We don't need to expedite it. Just do it whenever you just don't stall the aircraft, please, or autopilot. Just get up there. Just get up to the altitude, please. That's all I care about. Alright. We definitely need some practice in the A320 then. Very happy we're going to begin this. Very happy we're beginning this new series in the A320 then, because we definitely need the practice. It's been forever since we last used the A320 as well. I mean, we tried to a few times last week, but I just really wasn't feeling it. Now we've had like a good month and a half long break from the Euro capitals. Now we're ready to use it again. Alright. Just keep an eye on it up until we're at cruising altitude. In the meantime, let's go ahead and log into VAT UK. And see, I'm gonna guess 835 is the position. Services, my waiting list. 835 is my guess. Get load. Oh, 831. 831 is my current position for that. And it is going down. It's going down slowly, but it is going down now. It's continuing to go down, which is nice. Eight, 3, 1. not bad. Not bad for joining like only 2-3 weeks ago. I mean, we're consistently looking at it, but yeah, not bad considering we started out on position 1056, I think. 1056 is what I think it was. I just need to make sure I respond to the emails when they come, or else you get booted all the way back to the line, all the way back to the end of the line. So, with that said, though, I do have a genuine interest in controlling the UK. We're going to start out at Eddie, most likely. Though I have also been talking with someone else who's gone through the process. He's now a Heathrow controller for VATSIM, and he was saying that he started out at Stansted because they do a lot of talking with London, and so we may do that instead. With that said, though, the idea behind starting out at Eddie is that there are enough idiots at Eddie to get used to the idiots, and Eddie does get a few good rushes at times, so Eddie's a good option. So is Manchester, but yeah, the thing about Manchester, yeah, I think Eddie would be simpler, and eventually the goal is going to be to work our way up to Heathrow, but we're talking like 2-3 years down the road. Assuming I'm still doing VATSIM by then. Alright, we are direct Frayne now. So we're passing Frayne. Can we get another direct waypoint? Direct to let's go direct to Ratlow. Turn direct to Ratlow, and that'll save us a little bit of time. Then, yeah, well, Newsky performed all the fuel calculations today, and I have learned not to fully rely on SimBrief or on Newsky to do all the fuel calculations. Yeah, Newsky does not do the best of jobs, and it caused Seb, I don't know if you remember this. I don't even know if you were there for that. But we artificially loaded fuel in and canceled the Newsky flight because I relied on Newsky for a Baltimore to Heathrow on the fuel front, and we were expecting to land at Heathrow with minimum fuel at best. And yeah, I went in and I reloaded all the fuel, and we were fine. I updated SimBrief, and we went to reload all the fuel, and we were fine. But I've learned not to fully trust Newsky when it comes to the fuel. Yeah. That was very annoying when I had to do that because it lost the virtual airline. Well, it didn't lose the virtual airline anything, but it did in the sense, though. It's like we were performing the flight, and the potential money that it could have made us if we didn't have to do that was, no kidding, like 115 grand if we didn't have to do that. So was it a technical loss? Maybe. But still, 117 grand that we missed out on just because Newsky didn't do things properly. That was ouch. But we certainly made up for it. We're certainly making up for it because Speedbird 22 Bravo, which we did the other day, made the airline $154,000, which was from Heathrow to Baltimore. We're doing the scheduled flights now for those. Basically, what we'll do for those is early on in the week, what we'll do is we'll do the leg. I know, right? Should find this guy. Yeah, well. Good luck, good luck with that. Anyway, Grumpy did go in and make us a weekly schedule for Speedbird 22 Bravo and 2 Lima Juliet. And so in the first half of the week, we will do 2 Lima Juliet going to Heathrow, and then 22 Bravo in the second half of the week going back. So that's the plan. That's the plan going forward for the Baltimore to Heathrows, and then figure out other series all the other days. So I have a confession to make. I did not do any kind of recording last night because I got kind of sick. Wasn't feeling great, and yeah, didn't end up doing any kind of recording last night. Yeah, here's a question: do you guys prefer the face cam over here or over here? Let me know what you think. And one of these days we're also going to install Volanta, which is going to give us a nice big bar up here for the route information. One of these days. Actually, I was thinking about doing it. You prefer the right? Yeah, so do I. It makes sense with everything else as well. Now the yoke cam I want to remain there because when we're landing we're constantly looking over here. So yeah, that landing into Baltimore though is about as good as you can get. I mean, we were ever so slightly off the center line, but it was within the values of it's like. Are we really off the center line, or is that just the scenery bucking out? With that said, though, it was still great. It was still a great landing. 96 feet per minute. It came out to be 96 feet per minute in a probably the most stable approach I've ever had in a 777. That approach was perfect. Yeah. That landing into Baltimore the other night was amazing. So, and the nice thing is, we now have our favorite aircraft, the 777-200, which is what I coincidentally did my off-camera flying with David with. Give you all that view. It is now on the ground at Baltimore, so we can go ahead and do it we can go and use that for whenever we do the 2 Lima Juliet flight. It is now on the ground at Baltimore. At Stand Echo 3, because that is the official AirNott allocated stand for Baltimore, since no one ever uses it at Baltimore. BA always uses Echo 1. We use Echo 2. We use Echo 3. Alright, I forgot to turn off the landing lights. That's fine though. And we can let the passengers out the seats. Has PMDG released any kind of update on the 737 progress? Because I am actually, you know this already, but I am not the biggest fan of a 737. But with that said, though, I am somehow eager to try it out in 2024. Community forum. No, they have not released any kind of update. Yeah, I am somehow eager to try out the 737 again. This time for 2024. Don't ask me why I am, because I don't like the 737 at all. Nothing feels really old, but then It might have been something to do with the A300 because that thing felt good. It felt quite nice to fly an A300. To fly the A300 when we did that little flight from Baltimore to Boston, and it took forever. And it took forever to start up the aircraft. Yeah, sorry about that, Seb. But we did eventually get airborne with it, and then we had an absolute beauty of a landing into Boston. We had an absolute beauty of a landing into Boston with that, and it might have been something to do with that because the intention is to fly the A300 a bit more. That's the intention. Don't know if that's gonna happen, but that's the intention. So, you know, that thing's good. The only thing I will say is that the rudder controls didn't feel that great because when I was landing, I was getting a little off the center line, and then I went with some I think it was left rudder that I went with, and it straightened that out right away, and it straightened it out in a way that I don't think is completely realistic. So the physics of it, I don't know if that's completely true to real life. With that said, though, it's any builds, so I don't know. I don't know anything with any builds with their with how realistic their flight controls are. The A350, oh, that thing was annoying. At first, the A350 was straight up annoying. Yeah, that thing had major input lag. And it was so incredibly annoying, and we ended up not flying it for several months just because I couldn't. There's something about it that I couldn't figure out. And to be clear, I still I'm still not the biggest fan of the A350, but that's more of an A350 aircraft thing, and less of okay, AnyBuilds actually has an issue with this thing. Because it flies fine now. They fixed the input lag issue, and it works really, really well. And I just don't know what it is, but it's I don't really like that thing anymore. So you might remember this, but we were so hyped for it. Everyone was so hyped for it. This is all the way back in the early days of the channel. Everyone was so hyped for the A350. And then we were all kind of let down. But now they've fixed it. Now they fixed the A350, and it feels good. It's just the screens are too much. The screens are too much, and some of the screens are a little on the laggy side. I'm not gonna lie about that. Yeah, the A350 screens are just a little laggy now. With that said, though, I can ignore that. If only we could get Heathrow to perform a little bit better in terms of performance, then I'd absolutely use it all the time. So, all right. What are we looking like in terms of our flight plan? Berlin ETA in an hour. Top descent is in about 45 minutes or so. Is the current estimate. About 40 minutes or so. We'll do our descent briefing in about 30 minutes. Alright. See here. Can we get iPad working? Can we get the iPad screen working? Deactivate and activate. Nope. Once again, one thing begins working, the other thing breaks. And I don't know what to do about that. But I'm blaming OBS. I'm blaming OBS on the iPad screen not working. It's working physically for real life, in real life, but it's just not. The capture device is not being picked up by OBS for some reason. How about that? There we go. And I don't know what to do about that. I mean, it might very well be a Windows issue. It could very well be a Windows issue. It could also be an OBS issue. And I just don't know what to do, because obviously restarting the computer until it works is not a suitable option. I mean, most days I sit down at the computer, the first thing I open is OBS and I start up the stream. Not really paying attention to anything else. So I don't know. I don't know. Though I'm inclined to blame a recent OBS update, because we didn't used to have those issues. I mean, we lost the webcam, and I think someone, it might have been you that pointed out when we lost the webcam that one time. But I very much blame OBS for a lot of those issues. So. Alright. I'm bored already. If this was a long haul, we'd be opening up Minecraft. But we have 30 minutes or so before we have to begin our descent. Or before we have to begin our descent briefing, so there's not really any time for that. Don't worry, the next round's very, very short. So, I'll tell you what we can do. We can go ahead and take a look at all these routes for the Euro Capitals. Or sorry, not for the Euro Capitals, for the Around the World tour. Where is it? There it is. So, we're in this first one now. Gatwick to Berlin. And then we get to go from Berlin to Salzburg. In Austria. And then we get to go from Salzburg to Istanbul. These are the 3 legs that we are going to get done tonight. And then if time allows, depending on the timing, if it's 3, and then we're not. But depending on timing, we're going to try to get to Cairo. But I don't think the timing that is going to work out. I just don't know about it. Is Madeira on this list? Surely at the bottom. Is Madeira on this list? It is not. Huh. Interesting. Madeira is not on this list. Brussels. Start standing points. That's nothing important for us. Yeah, Madeira is not on this list. With that said, though, all the U.S. airports, we do have U.S. airports on this list, and yeah, nice. We have U.S. airports on the list. We're going to here. Does not help when that happens. Y'all can't see what happens, but some kind of electrical issue. This screen will go blank for like 5 seconds. Now it's Fort Worth. Okay. It's not. Detroit, which is what we ended up doing our cross the pond to. Back when they did cross the ponds. Don't know if they're going to continue to. Yes, I do need to come to Hawaii one of these days. We might make a pit stop once we're over there. Tell you what, tell what said, once we are at Vegas, we'll make a pit stop. I'll go. Sorry, not, Vegas? Yeah, once we're at Vegas, we will make a pit stop. Most likely in a 777. We'll fly from Vegas to Honolulu or wherever they land the A380s over there. That's what we'll do. Remind me as we get a little closer to that I said that. But yes, that's what we'll do. Because you're not wrong. I have been saying for a while that we need to get over there. Really, we're making a stop in Russia. And we're making 3 stops in Russia. What on earth? You're gonna turn into a Russian. Uh-oh. Now, with that said, that with these Euro capitals, we do have to be careful because they have gotten reports of some scenery not working and causing Newsky just to like completely like crash out on people. Costing the virtual airline like $1 million. I have a list. The AirNott Discord has a list of the sceneries that we have to be careful. Actually, I'll just quickly verify that none of those sceneries are on our list for today. I don't think. I think it's mainly. I think it's mainly. I don't know if it's Hong Kong. It's the Japanese airport that's on the list. I know for certain. Where's it? It's general threads. Is it pins maybe? Round the world warning. Yeah. Tokyo. Yeah. Okay, it's Tokyo with a set of runways. Sorry, it's a water bridge. Okay. Yeah, I will keep that in mind for when we eventually get to Tokyo, which will be a while. It's like it's like what? Like 32, something like that? If one of these guys could actually like number this, that'd be helpful. Okay. Yeah. It's a little further than halfway down, so. Yeah, and then we need to be very careful not to take a Dreamliner out of VH. Not that I would ever do that, but yeah. Alright. Oh, let's see. SimWorld.view page. Actually, I'm going to open up Discord on this computer. Not helpful that you're doing updates now. Ooh. Let's see here. And turn on streamer mode. Aha. So what is this exactly? Way to see what airports are online, or a way to like map everything out? I did see that ask for my location data. Let's see here. Ooh, this is very helpful. Oh, very, very helpful. Nice. Chart Fox. FAA data. Oh, this looks very, very, very helpful. Takeoff minimums. I'm not reading that shit. I'm not reading the official FAA documents. I'm not reading that shit. Chart Fox Navigaph charts. Ooh, this is very, very, very helpful. Wow, this is gonna be helpful. Sky Vector. This is Sky Vector. ATIS. Aha. Nice. Nice. No, obviously doesn't. Probably doesn't have everything in it, but Heathrow Airport, scenery everywhere. Yeah, I looked into the scenery for Heathrow, and just to see if maybe there was something out there that maybe would be less of a burden on the resource front. But my issue is that it doesn't look great. You know, I mean, it looks alright, but it doesn't look as good as maybe I would want it to be. I mean, that's not bad, but still. I was looking at the scenery, and it's like, I already own the... Well, one of these is maybe we'll try it out, but it's like, it just doesn't look great. Not when you consider the any-build scenery for Heathrow, and that's what I have for the scenery on that front, but... Yeah. Frankfurt is online. Nice. Nice. We might divert to Frankfurt. No, I won't do that. We have to begin our descent briefing here in about 10 minutes or so. Maybe if Berlin is online, maybe that'd be a good thing. Yeah. But my thing here is like the any build scenery is so much better, and it's like I already own it. So now the one thing I will say about the any build scenery is, and this is something that's really nice. And I did this the other day for stuff that doesn't really matter to me. And I did notice a small performance increase. So, my products. One of the things you can do is you can turn on and off a bunch of stuff. Oh, with the AnyBuilds scenery, right? So, let's say you only fly into Terminal 5. Right, you can turn on and off all the high detail stuff, or you can turn off all the high detail stuff for Terminal 1, 2, 3, and 4. And now the sim's just not going to render all that. Rather, well, let's say you only go into Terminal 1. Turn off everything else. Right, you can turn off 3D people. We can turn off 3D vegetation, extra GSC models. Right, we can turn all that off. Right, and now the sim doesn't have to render all that. So yeah, and that's one of the nice things I like that they do. Now we can't do that in 2020, unfortunately, but that's fine. We don't even have 2020 installed anymore. It's gone from the computer, completely uninstalled. Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. We had some good days, but at the end of the day, 2024 is where it's at, and 2024 is in a stable position now where I'm happy to use it every single day. Yeah. Here's the old Origami Studios for Gatwick, which I bought before realizing there was freeware. Freeware that did the job just as well, if not better. That's the way you need to get a new. We need to get the new GSX proof probably because that push and start was not great. Actually, that whole departure from Gatwick wasn't great. I like Gatwick, but it's a bit weird. It's a bit weird in terms of everything. And the scenery, up until recently, it took me forever to fix the scenery issues. It took forever. Which is a little annoying. It's the right about half the time we fly into Gatwick now, we don't have any good scenery. Now we do, though. It's fixed now. So. Alright. Now someone made a thing with the Gatwick scenery or not the Gatwick. Someone made a thing of all the sceneries that work and that don't. Aha, there's Linus. Alright. So the scenery we have to look out for. Okay. If only. I thought we had the Berlin scenery. I thought we had. We might have not installed it. Deluxe Plus, that's fine. So we have heck of scenery. We have the scenery for Lowe's. We have the scenery for we can install the scenery for Istanbul. And then the other ones will take care of for, I guess it's Dubai. We can do we have the scenery for that because I have the premium deluxe version of Microsoft Flight Sim. Actually, I have the Aviator, so. Yes, got one. Oh, sorry. We're just looking at the sceneries. Yeah, I bought the 2020 version of Gatwick from AnyBuilds from the Origami Studios. And then found out about 3 months later that the freeware one from FlightSim.to is probably actually better because it's a bit more maintained. Because this stuff here hasn't been updated since 2021. Until AnyBuilds recently decided to update it and make it compatible with 2024. So. With that said, though, we have a few airports that we're gonna have to install some scenery here soon. I was just looking at some of the other stuff. Linus, good buddy of mine for stuff. He made a list of all the sceneries that we have to be on the lookout for. All the airports. Where is it? And I'll try to pull it up. Yeah. Scene 3. I have to be in our descent briefing here soon. So Berlin, I think we'll be fine at Berlin. For Lowe's, we should be fine in terms of the scenery. And then if we make it to... actually, yeah, we're going to make it to Istanbul. We may or may not decide to install some scenery for Istanbul. The last time we flew into Turkey, the scenery was absolute shit. So we will most likely do that. Yeah, we'll install this a little later. We will install this a little later. Alright. Let's go ahead and perform our descent briefing now for Berlin. We're estimating Berlin here in soon. Top descent is time 25. So it's not our first time in Berlin, everyone. It's not our first time. Alright. Go scene 2. Alright. For Berlin, we're taking runway 24 left. We do have a crosswind, unfortunately, but what does matter say? Wind is 300 degrees at 9 knots. Okay, that could be better. It could be a little better. Not bad. Considering that Berlin only has 2 runways. Okay, and then we will take the... Oh, is it RNAV only? No ILS. Not helpful when that happens. There's an ILS. Take the ILS 24 left final. Just to say it, RNAV arrivals into with Airbus planes are so much easier than RNAV arrivals into Boeing planes. So much better. Damn, I didn't realize how fast we were cruising. Anyway, in terms of our descent, we are on the Obger 24 Lima arrival. So it's from Obger direct to Delta Bravo 413, and then it's kind of a circle around. We'll most likely cut that into bits, so go Delta Bravo 413 down to probably all the way up there. Actually, is there a better arrival procedure? Something that's a bit more straight in. No, there isn't. There is, unfortunately. Damn, that sucks. That sucks. Whatever. Anyway, we will go from... So probably be in our descent at Opger. It's only 37 miles. We can a little before then, actually. Let's go ahead and put it into the aircraft then. Berlin arrival... via ILS 24 left. Just verify that. Yes. ILS 24 left. Via the Obger 24 Lima. Obger 24 left arrival. And then the approach is ILS 24 left final. So no via. Insert. Alright, and then, yeah, we'll most likely begin our descent give it a second to calculate when our top descent should be. Yeah, we'll begin our descent at Ogre. That's when we'll begin our descent, and then we'll pass Delta Bravo 413. It's at or above flight level 80. We'll make it flight level. Actually, we'll make it flight level 80 because there's no reason not to. There's no reason not to do that. Speed constraint. Oh, do we have... We don't have a... yeah, we do actually. It was a max speed of 220 knots there. Ouch. That's brutal. That is brutal. Yeah. So that's what we're doing then, in terms of our performance status. So, actually, in terms of this then, we'll go direct to Opker now. There's no reason not to. It's essentially straight. And we'll pass Opker in about 20 minutes or so. And we'll begin our descent at Opker. So we're direct Opker now. We'll begin our descent at Opker. And then we'll descend to be at flight level 80 level at Ogber. Actually, does that still have us? Yeah. No, it's having us descend a little earlier. Okay. And then by Delta Bravo 413, we have a speed restriction of 220 knots. We'll be at flight level 80 level by that point. And then we will go ahead and descend. At what point do we intercept the ILS at? We intercept the ILS at 3,000. So then we'll descend. We'll descend the final 3,000 feet on radar vectors. In that case, we're not really using the arrival at all. In that case, we're not really using the star at all. No, that's fine. And then we get to go off to Lowe's. Not off to like Lowe's the store, but off to Lima Oscar Whiskey Sierra airport, which I think will be interesting. I think that might be a little bit interesting. I don't exactly know where that is. I think that might be an RNF arrival airport. Yeah, we'll take a look at that. And then we'll go off to Istanbul. Then we'll make our way off to Istanbul afterwards. So, we're still aiming to have as high of a Newsky score as possible. And here's the reason why. We are so incredibly close to getting our A320 type rating. Okay? We are so incredibly close to it. We still need to do another 16 flights in order to get it. But we are so incredibly close to it. We'll be getting our type rating here soon. And we need to have a rating of what is it? We need to have an average rating of 2.5 or higher. And then a minimum rating of 8.0 or higher. Okay. So, we have to essentially nail everything we do. That's so that we are approaching the point where we will get that type rating. And then actually the same here in the triple as well. We'll get our type rating here for the triple maybe in a month or so. But I love that 777. Gotta love a triple. 777s are just straight up amazing aircrafts. Alright. So yeah, we might... Oh, just considering we have to restart the sim anyway at... Once we get to Lows. We will go ahead and install the Istanbul scenery. So, love to fly in and out of Istanbul a bit more. I'd love to do that. Right, our top descent is in about 10 minutes. Which is nice. And we'll be flying Speedbird all the way around the world. Even though it's not going to make any sense at all. We'll even fly Speedbird to Hawaii. That's what I'll do. Fly British Airways A320 to Hawaii. Does not make sense. Don't ask me how it makes sense. But that's what we'll do. Fly British Airways A320 to Hawaii. From Vegas. They're saying what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And we'll just leave it at that. Alright, ILS-24 left. Akbar. Now we are in an A321, so it should be easy when it comes to the descent. Where I'd have an issue with the descent is in the A319. In the A319 and the A320, but we're in an A321 today, so we should be fine. Yeah, the reason that I say that is because with the A319 especially, the descent gets a little off, and you really have to yoink on the speed brake, and even then it doesn't do much. Even then, so it doesn't do nearly enough. So that's the reason that I say that you have to be careful with the A320. So with the A319 and the A320s, the descent is not very accurate at all. With that said, the second you bring out the A321, all that goes away. So it should be fine. The estimate that it's giving us of descent in about 10 minutes should be pretty accurate. And they did do an update recently to improve the accuracy of that. So as long as we don't nosedive, I'm happy. I'll put in some more of our destination data here soon. What does our traffic separation advise us to do? I don't even see us on the Hudson River. Man, that's interesting. Where are we? EDDB. That's Poland. There we are. We are hidden in some clouds. But we are approaching Gatwick. Oh, sorry, we are approaching Berlin. I'm bored. I'm bored. That's my one issue with these flights is like I do get a little bored. By the way, we're gonna continue with them. We're gonna knock out the world tour. So we're gonna begin our descent in. I know that the aircraft's telling us 9 minutes. We're gonna begin it in about 5. Why 5? Why not 9? Just so we can get a head start on it, and so we don't nosedive the aircraft, which does happen. There's no reason for it to nosedive, which it has gotten better at. Fenix has especially patched those bugs and has patched that, so there's no reason to nosedive though. No reason at all. Just want a gradual descent. Alright. What's this descent data looking like? I'm gonna get in one of these Windwing MCDs at some point as well. Actually, I'm thinking about buying that in the next paycheck. Just buying just an MCDU. Just the MCDU. Alright. Flight plan. Is it flight plan? No, it's performance. Next phase. Alright, what does the METAR say? For Berlin, the METAR says the QNH is 1027. Temperature 12. Wind is 300 degrees, 9 knots. Transition 5.5. I can agree with that. And then in terms of the approach, on the Barrow it is 349. And that's with an elevation in airport. The runway elevation is 149. So, okay. Noted. And then, yeah, I can agree with speed 146 on the approach. I can agree with that. Alright. Descent data. Oh. Ooh. This is this better approach is actually very, very convincing. Ooh. Level 8-0 level by Obaker. And it's down. Essentially direct for the final. Doesn't, no, we'll do it the way that I was planning on doing it. Would be able to do it the way that I was planning on doing it. Which is modified on the Obaker 2 for left. Now, the last time we were at Berlin, we kind of got into some trouble because we didn't land the aircraft right. So we have to make sure we do that correctly this time. Echo Lima X-ray. That is. What approach is that? Echo Lima X-ray. What approach is that? That's Denmark. Echo Lima. Maybe someone can help me out here. It's certainly not one of the Londons. Echo Lima. Is it Lithuania? Is it Is it Lithuania or Latvia? Maybe. I don't know. You have Echo Lima Lima X-ray approach on. I don't know who that is. Anyway, it's time to descend. It is time to descend. All right. Descend now, flight level 80. Get yoke cam up now. Alright. Berlin traffic speedbird 63 Gulf beginning descent now, flight level 80 to be level by standby. Speedbird 63 Gulf beginning descent now, flight level 80 to be level by the waypoint on the upgrade 2 for left arrival, Delta Bravo 413, and then from there we will go direct to one of the waypoints for the final approach for runway 2 for left, Berlin traffic. Alright. Descent has begun. Buzz the cabin, we're in A320, so the cabin deals with all the announcements now. Alright. So what do y'all think about this yoke cam? What do y'all think about this yoke cam? Do you like the positioning of it? And you guys here, you got to see it in true action. I mean, I can move it. Might be a little difficult to move it, but I think it's in a good position right now. Doesn't get too much of the mess behind. With that said, though, it does get the yoke, and it gets everything else important. Gets the joystick especially. Maybe you could get the throttle stick more, but there's not really anything special going on with the throttles. I think I'd rather have y'all see what's going on with the yoke and just the controls. So, yeah, whoever they were, they popped offline. Or no, they haven't. Luxembourg. That's the approach that was online. Luxembourg. I wonder why I couldn't figure it out. Alright. We're debating until you know what we need to do one of these days? We need to get some angles set up. Especially like wing view angles. Wing views, so we can see the flaps. And verify the flight controls the proper way by actually moving stuff around. Instead of just relying off a computer to tell us. Which, it seems awful, because the official way, and the way that they have to do it in real life, is by relying on the computer to tell us, but I figure if you can, it'd be better if you can actually see everything moving up and down, left and right. So. Alright, in a moment we're gonna expedite descent via VNAV. We are a bit far from Frankfurt now. We are a little far from Frankfurt now. In fairness, it is a complete different part of Germany, so. And then we get to head south. We get to head south to Czechia, I think. No, it's not Czechia. To Austria. And then we get to head off to Istanbul. But in the meantime, we transitioning from we're at lows. We will go ahead and install the assemble scenery. See how impressed I am with it. Really? You don't need to know the side of the aircraft, guys. You don't have to do that. Alright, now it needs a speed break. Yeah, I'll show you. Is it low or is it lows? I think it's low. And he's got his house. We'll figure it out later. I'll figure it out. I think it's low actually, so Vienna maybe? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Alexa, turn on Ryan's bed.
Did you mean living room?
Alexa, turn on Ryan's bed. Where the fuck did I get that from? We can check away the speed brake. The speed brake. Yeah, I'm doing a great job with this descent right now. I mean, not like the nose is being forced down either. I take that back. I take that back. Definitely strong pitch downwards, but whatever. Alright. We are waiting. Passing Obger now. You know, this next flight's going to be a lot more exciting. It's going to be essentially the second we get up in the air, the second we need to descend again. And then the next one we might do from low to Istanbul. We may or may not do that in a triple. The triple will certainly get us there a little faster. I don't know yet. We'll figure that out. That said, though, it would be nice. We'll compare the numbers, but I think that maybe from low we might go with the triple, just because it might be a little faster. That's though I have flown the triple a massive amount recently. And it's not that it's a bad aircraft. Like, it's a wonderful aircraft. But we have flown it a massive amount recently. So it may be wise to take a break from it. I don't know. It may be wise to take a bit of a break from it. Come on now. Come on. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll go from Delta Bravo 13. Oh, and we'll fly radar vectors ILS for final. In the meantime, we'll descend the 5,000 feet. No, we'll descend the 5,000 feet, and we'll maintain 3,000 till established on the ILS 24 left localizer. Once established, we'll just, of course, descend the glide path. Yeah, that's the plan. So we'll go, instead of doing this weird roundabout there, or this weird there's no point. There's no traffic as well. It's like we're the only ones arriving. We'll just go direct from Delta Bravo 413 to one of these waypoints over here on the extended ILS 24 left localizer. Right. passing 1300, landing lights on as per British Airways regulations. Nose lights to take off. Internal flights on in preparation. Seatbelt on. Buzz the cabin. We should be arriving in right about. Oh, we need to slow our speed a bit. So again, just slow our speed, please. Down to 220 knots. We have to slow our speed down to 220 knots. And we probably need flaps. We'll probably need some flaps for that. Yeah, we'll most likely need some flaps for that. Which is fine. No, we have to wait on the flaps. Okay. 220 knots. There we go. 220 knots now. Don't ask me who on earth this idea was to do that. Alright, and then what waypoint is over there? Delta Bravo 413, we're now direct to that waypoint. Speed level 8,000 by that point. Well, you're gonna descend the final. I'd like you just to descend down to 8,000 by that waypoint, please, because we're gonna go direct here soon. Go direct to Delta Bravo 435. Descend altitude 3,000 feet. Actually, well, no, we'll go direct to Xanon. We have that waypoint. Tell me we have that waypoint. Yes, we do. In a moment, we'll go direct to Xanon. Descend altitude 3,000 feet. Descend to altitude 3,000 feet. 3,000 feet, that is. Not helping to do that. Alright. Expedite descent, please. Down to past that waypoint at 8,000. Alright. Descend now, altitude 3,000 feet. Berlin traffic. Speedbird 63 Golf, now direct to the Xanon waypoint, that is the X-ray Alpha November India Mike, and that is to establish on the ILS 24 left localizer, Berlin traffic. And it will establish at speed 210 knots. Alright, is everyone ready? Is anyone gonna tune in for this landing? Is anyone gonna tune in for this landing? Okay, so you are clear for the approach when the time comes. When the time comes, you are cleared for the approach. Alright, Seb, I don't know if you're listening. I don't know if you're still in with us, Seb. One of the things when you're flying Airbus, that A330 driver action song, I actually did a video on, great thing. You're gonna see people wave the stick like this and all about. You don't do that. We actually only have to adjust the stick very minorly, because if we move the stick around too much, then it'll actually it might actually cause the approach to be unstable and eventually just canceling out your movements. Right. And so we only have to move it about this much. About this much. Barely anything at all. Barely anything at all. So. Alright, speed 210 knots now. If we can get view data. QNH 1025, I think it is. 1027. QNH 1027 now. Speed 210. Bum, bum, bada bum, bum, bada bum, bum. Then return final, it'll be about a 10-mile final, I reckon. So we have plenty of time to get stuff better, to get stuff looking a little bit better. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf is in a base for ILS 24 left. Berlin traffic. Good, and we are descending, and it is beginning to pick up the glide slope. Speed breakaway. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, slowing speed 190 knots now. Turning final, ILS T4 left. Berlin traffic. Flaps to you. Bum. Bum, bada bum, bum, bada bum, bum. Noted. Let's go ahead and definitely shore up our speed now. Okay. Gear down. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, fully established ILS 2 for left localizer. Slowing to our final approach speed, about 6 miles out. Berlin traffic. Flaps 3, flaps 4 now. Is the cabin ready? They need to be. And now we just need to arm the ground spoilers. Landing checklist complete. It's gonna be a little interesting because the wind is not ideal. It's It's not a headwind, it's not a crosswind either. It's 300 degrees at 1 knots, so it is a bit of a crosswind. And you can definitely tell that Fenix has this weird crabbing on. Let's get slow to our final approach speed of 146. And we'll take this over, passing about 700 or so. Berlin traffic, final call, Speedbird 63 Golf, fully established, short final now, ILS 24 left. Last call, Berlin traffic. Oh, that's a little early, but whatever. 1,000 noted. We'll begin to take this over around 600-700 feet. There's no reason. If I were to do it now, then the approach will be messed up. 700. Yeah. We'll wait. We need to hit. Hope that's nothing important. Other way, Newsky was house. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
500.
My controls. All right.
100 above.
Continue approach. We're way too high. Get the nose down.
Minimum
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. Retard. 10.
That could have been better. 390 feet per minute. Could have been better. Not thrilled at that. To be crystal clear, not thrilled at that landing, but at least we're down. We'll have plenty of time to make it up. 390 feet per minute. No more reversers, please. So you don't have to wait for the brakes. Thank you. Yeah, that landing could have been a lot better. Not thrilled at that. Alright. And Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf is now vacated. 24 left. Berlin traffic. Alright, we'll just taxi to any random stand. In the meantime, taxi, there's a taxi, lighting lights off. Or we turn off the lights off, flaps away. We'll just taxi to one of these stands over here. We're only going to be here for about 20 minutes. Shit, we need to make a turn. We need to turn around because I messed that up. We should be going over there. Forgot about that. You know, yeah, let's pull up a map actually. And what the fuck am I doing? I'm completely messing up all this. Alright, scene 2. Yeah, we'll turn on mic 3, then alpha. We'll turn on mic 3, then join what I can only assume to be alpha. And this is why we do an airport briefing beforehand. This is why we do an airport briefing before we land. So we know where the fuck we're going. Oh, we have the whole place to ourselves, so it's fine. so we'll continue all the way down then. We'll continue all the way down to, I think, probably Victor. Oh, we'll just continue all the way down to join Victor, and then probably take stand Echo 3-4 or something. So. Yeah, that could have been a lot better. Not throw that landing. Newsky will definitely take off some points for that. So, I'm gonna guess it's gonna be out. It's gonna turn out to be like a 9.3. That's gonna be the guess. 9.3, maybe worse. 9.3 on a scale of 1 to 10 for that whole flight. That's the guess at hand, anyway. We have to. Don't worry, we'll make up for when we go to. Gosh, I keep forgetting what country it is. Want to get to? I think is it Czechia? No, it's not Czechia. It's to Austria. We will make up for it when we get to Austria. Hopefully, anyway. But that really should have been a go around, to be honest. Yeah, I'll go ahead and join Papa 2 here. And because I forgot about the auto brake, go ahead and throw on the brake fan while we are here. But by the time we get airborne again, we should be fine. You know what? Take Echo 3-4. That's what we'll do. Actually, it's wrong, right? Yeah, they are, but can't see anything for some reason. All right, that's 3-5. Here's 3-4. All right. We'll find out what the Newsky gave us. And shit, we won't have an AP running. Whatever. We'll just get ground power and then we'll shut down the engines. All right. Parking brake set. Ground ops. Ground power connected. Both engines shut down. Alright. Newsky give us a score of hopefully anything above 7.25 because that's the passing score. Close flight. 9.33, I called it. Absolutely called it. That's why. Average touchdown 390 feet per minute. Damn. If it wasn't for the damn landing weight. We were above max landing weight. Ouch. I really should have paid attention to that. We were above max landing weight. That's what happened. Average touchdown. Distance from the threshold. Yeah, could have been better. Average centerline deviation, max centerline deviation. Okay. Yeah. Just an average touchdown. Still, a lot better than I thought it would be. Actually, not just a lot better. So much better than I thought it would be. Anyway. Now it should be bookmarked. Yes, it is. Let's get down to Lows. We're gonna have we're gonna have an insanely fast turnaround time here. A321, the IAE. Speedbird 6-3 Golf. Alright. Book flight. Generate OFP. Welcome to Berlin, everyone. Welcome to Berlin. Pre-file on VATSIM. Change that to Speedbird. Bandit arrival. Interesting. File flight plan. There we go. Dismiss. My flights. Import next. No, it's not. Reset all. My flights. Tap to import from SimBrief. Okay. In 14 minutes. This will be about. This will only be about an hour-long flight. Mass and balance. Load aircraft. Fast. Nice. Emit. Request. I see what EGKK have decided to do. Because they've decided to join only when we're on the ground, only when I'm busy. I see how it is, Trickleheads. Speedbird 6-3 Golf. What is the cost index? Cost index for this is 60. And the same. And surely our cruising altitude is not any higher than 2429. It's 280. I can agree with that. Anything beyond that's just insane. Alright. Flight plan, departure via 24 left. Could go with a straight out departure. We won't be that able. We are on the Luros 3 November. Insert. Alright. There we go. And now we're just waiting on passengers to load. In the meantime, though, we are letting the brakes cool down because I accidentally did max auto brake. So, that's not thrilled at that. I mean, I'm happy about it. I mean, max auto brake means you could get off the runway very, very quickly, but yeah, it could be better. Didn't exactly need to. I mean, we have a 12,000 foot runway, I think it is. Yeah, anyway, we had plenty of runway, so. Anyway, the brake fan's on. Just get those brakes cooling. Localizer can go ahead and be turned off now. Another aircraft over there. Do we have company? We do. Going to Frankfurt. We have company going to Frankfurt now. Oh, I feel bad for them because Frankfurt's not online anymore, is it? Oh, no, they're out of range. Then here's us. We're going down to Lowe's, which appears to be one of those airports that it might be an RNAV approach into. Actually, hang on. What? Is this the one? This is the one that I think it is. This is the one I think it is. Oh, that's gonna be fun. This is going to be some fun. Actually, I don't know. I think it's gonna be some fun. It's an RNAV arrival only because of mountains. I think, anyway. Which means no ILS. No ILS localizer. It'll be some fun. This, now I'm looking forward to this. I'm looking forward to this one.
Traffic Honda 7 Victor Tango.
This will be some stressful fun. Have they already disappeared? What on earth? My word. Yeah. So this one might be a bit of a challenge. Okay. For this one, we're going to descend on one very specific side. That's for a reason. I really want to... I'm not going to go all this way for a straight-in ILS approach. Ah, this will be some fun. I'm looking forward to this now. Okay. Let's get back up. Let's get back up in the air and then show you all what I'm talking about. Maybe a little sunlight would be a nice idea. By the time we get there, it'll be 6 a.m. and it's getting dark for those guys early, so I doubt it. We might take off with sunlight, so. Alright. Unload, import from SimBrief. Yeah, so for this we have to be careful because there's mountains everywhere. At least I think there is. And recommending runway 15. Yeah, I think that's the correct runway for this. I think that's the correct runway. So RNAV. Somehow there's an ILS for 15. Oh dear, this might not be as fun as I thought it would be. Maybe we'll figure out. We'll figure out what we're gonna take. We'll wait on sending this over. In the meantime, we are on the Luros 3 November, which is about as straight out as you can get. About as straight out as you can get. And can we get some V-speeds, please, from SimBrief through my iPad? I'll have to use the restroom during a flight as well. Okay, I'll get another airborne before we do that, though. Performance tools. Populate from last flight. Okay. Improved climb can be disabled. We got plenty of runway for this. Absolutely plenty of runway. 149er. 149. 152. Flex to temp. 51. On a flaps 1 takeoff. 500 is what we're throwing as the transition altitude. Okay. Nice. Alright. And now, so we had set ground spoilers that are armed for some reason. Now we're just waiting on passengers, on pesky passengers to board. Now we're just waiting on pesky passengers to board. Bum, ba-da-bum, bum. Let me just go ahead and, while we're waiting for this, I'm just posting this. Alright. Is this ready? Are we fully loaded yet? Not quite, but we're close enough. APU on. Yeah, about 6 minutes to push. About 6 minutes before, or sorry, we got about 4 minutes before we have to push. Alright. We have an APU beginning to fire up. Aircraft. Can you load a little faster, aircraft? I mean, 9 minutes yet. 200 something passengers on board. That's pretty damn good still. So, it'd be a little nicer. It'd be nice if we could get a little faster. Dismiss. Send to the MCDU. Alright. Should I push now? Push back in departure.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
APU bleed now. You have an APU available? The toxin cone, so J6 doesn't get on us about that. Alright. Let's make our way to... It's not Vienna, is it?
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Let's make our way to Salzburg in Austria. And at the same time, waste a bunch of time to try to maybe get a little daylight. Though I'm doubting. Any daylight for this airport, I'm doubting significantly.
Looking here.
So, and then yeah, I think we might transfer to the triple. Yeah, but yeah, we'll do the three legs for today, and then tomorrow night we'll begin with some more legs. Begin with some more legs for tomorrow night. It'll be nose, right, tail left.
Release parking brakes. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start exit.
Engine number 1 and engine number 2 is started. You can go ahead and get online now. Bye-bye, Berlin. We never ever know how to land in you correctly. Bye-bye, Berlin. Taxi, holding point, Mike 8 via Papa 2 and Alpha. In the meantime, we can go ahead and do a flight controls check. While we wait for GSX to finish up. And Newsky, if you want to start the flight now, you can. Alright, full down. Full up. We can confirm good engine start with engine started.
Cockpit to ground.
Full
Good
left.
engine start. You can disconnect.
Full right. Left rudder. Right rudder. Very responsive. Nice. Alright. Oh, I didn't push there. I'm an idiot. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf. Taxiing, holding point, Mike 8 via Papa 2 and Alpha. Berlin traffic. Wonderful, thank you. You have gotten the all clear. And we can begin our taxi now. And hopefully not muck up this taxi. Flaps 1. Auto brake max. It would help if we had all that working. Alright. Get those on. The ground spoilers on. You're up to flight level 280 today, or 280 for this leg. Actually, quite low, but that's fine. It's only Newsky only has it in as a 53-minute flight. So, thank you, Kevin, for being ready so fast.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Alright, landing lights on now. We can send off that APU because we don't need it anymore. You know, I really need. I need a proper tiller. MCDU and FMC first. MCDU and FMC first, please. And those I will be purchasing from WinWing here soonish. Soonish, define soonish. I don't know how soon. I don't know how soon. Need to focus on a few other finances first, but probably by the end of the year, I'll probably buy some stuff from WinWing. I am definitely going to be replacing the throttles though with the new ones. The new throttles look fantastic. So I would definitely be replacing those, and I'll definitely be buying an MCDU and an FMC from them. MCDU for the A320s, FMC for the lovely 777. probably be putting them up there somewhere. Localizer on now. And that'll just help us align with the runway a bit better. Because they suck at that. And in fairness, it's a home sim, so what do you expect? You'd expect you might have a small issue with lining up properly on a runway. Then with the hawk like Newsky, watching your every move. Berlin traffic via Mike 8. Speedbird 63 Golf. Lining up runway 24 left. Berlin traffic. We'll continue to have the brake fan on though once our airborne. We will go ahead and take it off. And then the departure we are on is the LOWS 3 November. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf, taking off runway 24 left, LOWS 3 November departure, Berlin traffic. Alright, the rust is set. Airspeed alive. Manflex 51 SRS green, auto thrust blue. $80 knots checked. Let's make up the mess we made out of Gatwick. 120. V1 and rotate. I don't know if that makes up for the mess that we made out of Gatwick. Pause rate Europe. Oh, I forgot. I hope Newsky doesn't bash us too much for that. Flaps away. Alright. Damn, I see how it is, guys. I see how it is. Wow. You guys get the call sign so you guys can watch it on, whatever, but you can, oh, I see how it is. Y'all are all good. I see how it is. Take off, y'all. You guys watch for takeoff. You guys don't stay for landing. Or you guys watch the landing. Alright. Berlin traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf heavy, or sorry, not heavy. Speedbird 63 Golf climbing, passing 3,300, climbing flight level 280. Now turning direct to LOWS traffic. Yeah, I see how it is, guys. Y'all are fine, but still. Insert. Go ahead and make that direct waypoint. And then we can go ahead and do our briefing, our hopefully very interesting briefing for arrival into LOWS, into Stolzberg. But I don't know if that's the one that's going to be interesting. Hopefully we get a few really interesting airports keyword being hopefully. So. Alright, standard pressure now. Alright. 390. Okay, it wasn't that bad, but still not thrilled. Oh, look at this. We might actually get some lovely. We might actually get some loveliness going into Vienna. We might actually get some sunlight into. Sorry, not into Vienna, into Salzburg. Now this is gonna be interesting. Salzburg. This gonna get interesting. This arrival. It's gonna be a little interesting. So it is nice to see though that we are gonna have a little bit of sunlight though. All right. Can we get some train data actually, please? Actually, we'll go ahead and try to get some train data on here. I don't know. Alright. Landing lights off. Those lights. Taxi. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we will. Now we're gonna be taking. We're gonna be taking an RNAV arrival. I'm thinking we'll take the RNAV. I'm thinking we're gonna take the RNAV for Salzburg, just because RNAV in Airbus is so much better than RNAV in a Boeing, and I do miss RNAV approaches. For those who don't know what an RNAV approach is, on the ground of an ILS approach, at the threshold of a runway for an ILS approach, you have a set of ILS antennas. They beam up a frequency at an aircraft. That aircraft is tuned to that frequency to monitor that frequency and to correct itself and essentially provide a visual reference for the pilots and for the actual airframe to be able to land the aircraft. Right. It's extremely helpful, especially when it comes to Cat 3 landings and essentially low visibility environments. Now, RNAV is it's a non-precision approach. You don't actually have those antennas on the ground. Instead, it's GPS based, right? And so it does require higher minimums, essentially. Higher. You have to see that you have to have the runway in sight by a certain point with RNAV, usually around 1,000 feet. Rather, ILS, even with the standard Cat 1 or even if the standard ILS approach is going to be usually around 200 feet off the ground. Right, so you have to pay attention to the MEDAR. Oh yeah, just took off. Just took off out of Berlin, actually. Inbound for Salzburg. For those, which will be interesting, because I think there's a lot of mountains over here. If I'm not mistaken, there's a bunch of mountains over here. So, it'd be interesting. It'd be a very, very interesting arrival. So. But anyway, an RNAV, it's non-precision. You rely on your visual references. I mean, you can essentially fly it down to about maybe 200-300 feet without having to like really see the visual. But that's not recommended. In terms of your minimums, you have higher minimums for RNAV approaches, and RNAV approaches are so much easier to do in a in Airbus versus Boeing. So much easier. So much easier. And then we'll probably go to. Then beyond this, we'll probably go off to. Well, we need to restart the sim. With that said, I don't exactly know if Salzburg is an airport we can take a heavy 777 out of. It's a 9,000 foot runway. Yeah, that cuts a little on the close side. It would be a Toga takeoff. I don't know. I don't know about being able to take a triple out of here. Don't think that's going to be a great idea. So, AIS control tower, yeah. Don't think a heavy 777 could land here or take off out of here. Well, it could. But not recommended. Not really recommended in the way I'd prefer to do with things. So, that's fine. We'll stay in the A321 all the way to Istanbul, and then at Istanbul, when we begin some longer legs, and we'll switch over to the triple. Or not. We might. Ooh, just thought of an idea. We haven't used an A330 yet. We haven't used an A330 in forever. And we have the headwinds one, and I have confirmed off camera that it does work in 24. We could use that. We could use the headwinds A330. Might need David to create a livery for it, but we could use it. Ooh, now that's an idea. Take an A330 to. That's an idea. My issue with it, my issue with the A330 is that it feels quite similar to an A320. It's a little heavier, so definitely not taking a 747 or a sorry, or definitely not taking a 777 though out of Salzburg. We might be able to do a 777-200 though. Somehow they say it's possible. So. And we should have some, by the looks of it, we'll have some wonderful, wonderful views. So. Anyway, we are going to try our best to not muck up this arrival. So. We are going to try our best. So, and then we are going to get to Istanbul. So, Frankfurt's coming in range again. That's fine. Whatever. whatever with that. Frankfurt. If only we could get lows. If only we could get some ADAS for some controlling for lows. Damn, didn't realize how much progress we'd already made on this. We'll have to be in our descent briefing here soon. I feel like this might end up a little interesting. Gonna be passing Munich on our descent. Actually, very quickly on our descent as well. It's like, hopefully, we'll see Munich. Actually, I got stuck in the Munich train station once. Blame German trains. Got stuck in it though for about 2 hours. We were visiting Dachau, and we were and our train got delayed from Dachau and caused us to miss our connection. And of course, the next connection, and then we talked to the guy, and the guy was like, "Oh, we got another connection here soon." And then this idiot misread the paper, and we got delayed by a whopping 2 hours. So, yeah. Very much my fault. But yeah, that's very much my fault for getting stuck in the Munich train station for an extra hour and a half that we didn't have to do, but eventually we figured it out. So eventually we got out of there and went back to Nuremberg. So. And then the same thing happened to us at Cologne. Got stuck in Cologne for a whopping 2 hours after every single train from Nuremberg got delayed. Then we got stuck in Cologne. Okay. Yeah. Just time for our descent briefing because we are not going to have that long. Alright. So, we are arriving via runway 15. We're going to take the RNAV X-ray for runway 15. What does the train look like? What does the train look like is the question that we have to ask ourselves. What does the train look like? There's one of these airports is interesting. Yeah. I see how this is going to be a little interesting. I see how that's going to be a little interesting now. It's our Navico for X-ray final. It would help. Yeah, fortunately we're getting some visibility. Hopefully the nice thing is that the visibility is increasing. Or we could go with an ILS bridge. What does that look like? Yeah, what I thought. So we have a river. And yeah. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. Because this airport is out in the middle of mountains. Or at least the runway that we're gonna be arriving into is. Can we pull up actually Google Earth, because this is gonna be helpful. In Austria. Yeah, runway 15, which is gonna be this runway here. Okay. It shouldn't be nearly as bad as I thought it would be. With that said, there are definitely some hills we have to be aware of. Or is it? Ooh. It's the opposite side that sucks. Ooh. I'm tempted to do a runway change and have the fun. I'm tempted. It's this side that's gonna. It's the side for 3-3. I'll have the fun with. Alright. Go arounds must be in. Yeah, actually, yeah, we're gonna change to 3-3 just for the go around. Because now I don't have to climb immediately. Change to 3-3. Approach. RNAV. No, 3-3 final. RNAV Victor for runway 3-3. There we go. This is the way we do it here. This is the way we do it. I'm just gonna fly this. Yeah, I know you went to destination. Oh, you went. You went already. Lows. Arrival. RNAV 3-3. Actually, we have RNAV Victor 3-3. Yeah, it'd be RNAV. It'd be RNAV Victor for 3-3. Via the Badit to Romeo. It'll probably be a bit like Madeira. So, and then how long until our top descent? 10 minutes. Performance, next phase. Oh, we're gonna take 3-3 just for the simple, just for the easier go around procedure, because we all know I suck with the go rounds. Actually, I have the opposite issue with the go rounds. I have pressonitis. All right, for Salisbury, the QNH is 1029er. Temperature 10. Wind 180 degrees 3 knots. .145 on the approach speed. Transition. Damn, is it really that high for the transition? Transition level by ATC. Visual. Or nav visual. Damn it, it really is. Level 105, damn. Alright, and then, so for this arrival, it's going to be Badit at or above 4,000, and then 4,000 for passing Salzburg. Yeah, and for runway. Alright, so 5,000 at Whiskey Sierra 831. Then 5,000 Whiskey Sierra 833. And then it is. I have no fucking clue. This is gonna be fun. I'm just gonna say that. 'Cause I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing. I have no clue what the fuck I'm doing here. This is gonna get fun. A bit like Madeira, but with Madeira, in the event of a missed approach, you have plenty of time to climb. At Salzburg, if you have, in the event of a missed approach, you have 30 seconds to climb, or else you crash. And for that reason, we're taking runway 33, so we have plenty of time to climb. So, it's going to get interesting. And then it's 2350 at Whiskey Sierra 834, Whiskey Sierra 835. It is 2201, and then max 418 knots on this approach. Yep, so we need to be configured to land essentially by there. Then 4337 at. That's going to be some fun. I'm just going to put it that way. Could be you doing it in A319. Don't care. There's going to be some fun, though. Fortunately, there's next to no wind, so at least we have that going for us. And the only wind we do have is a crosswind. Actually, no, it's a tailwind, actually. Wait, what? Yeah, it's a tailwind. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. We'll be fine. We'll live. Shall we brief the cabin about the absolute insanity that we're going to have? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. This arrival into Salzburg is going to be interesting. Do not get mad at me if it's a bit of a hard landing. Please do not get upset if it's going to be a bit of a rocky arrival. I'm just going to warn you all now. Please have everything stowed away as appropriately in case of any, what's the word? In case of any sudden moves. Keep your seatbelts fastened for this arrival, please. Please, I beg you. And yeah, just enjoy the fun we're about to have up here in the flight deck. Anyway, we will be on the ground in about 25 to 30 minutes. Cabin crew, please prepare the aircraft for landing now. I'm going to ask you that the cabin crew be prepared a little bit before our landing. Just so we can do stuff safely here. Thank you for flying British Airways / AirNott. Be back with you shortly once we're on the ground. So long. Alright, we're going to be in our descent here in about 40 miles or so. Down to altitude 5,000. Yeah. It's going to get interesting, guys. It's going to get interesting. And I keep saying that. That's because it actually is going to be interesting. In that case, we're going to set auto brake medium. Though we can probably brake on ourselves. We're going to set it to medium, though. Here's a question. What are the minimums? What are the minimums? We need to have good minimums here. 3,890. Yeah. Let's view at 3.4, so... Yeah. Yuck. Yucky visibility right there. Damn. Yeah, this is gonna get interesting, guys. This is gonna get interesting. And I'm all for it. Bada bum bum bum, bada bum 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 bum. Bada bum bum, bada bum bum bum. Bada bum bada bum. Bada bum bada bada bum. Bada bum bada bada bum. Bada bum 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 bada bum. Bada bum bada bum bada bum. Bada bum 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 bada bum. Yeah, it's gonna be a full focus. That's what this is gonna be. Beginners that descent. Let me just check that we're gonna arrive above max landing weight because last time we didn't. Our fuel on board. We have. I don't know what those numbers mean. We're gonna at Lowe's. Okay, our alternate is low, and we'll have plenty of fuel on board. We'll have 4-3. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll have 4-3, and what is our maximum landing weight? Let's see what our maximum landing weight is. Where is it? A320. Well, actually, hang on. There's different meters help to check this. Thank you. It's for bash. Thank you, Newsky, for bashing us last time. For that. $775. I think we're below. Gross rate right now is 7. Okay. Ooh, we might be a little above our maximum landing weight. We may need to hold. Okay, fuel on board right now 4-5. This would be 4-3. I think we are gonna have to hold somewhere. Here's what we can do. Ascend early. At speed. Here's what we're gonna do. Got to altitude 5,000 feet. Speedbird 6-3 Golf beginning descent now. Inbound for Salzburg, expecting visual approach, expecting an RNAV visual for runway 33. And we are slowing our speed to become less fuel efficient as we are a little above our maximum landing weight still. Salzburg traffic. We will hold if we need to. I want to keep that speed brake up. Yeah, no, I want to keep that speed brake up though. And now it does estimate fuel on board 4-5. 758. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. We're gonna leave that out just because we are now incredibly fuel inefficient. We're essentially at Toga all the way there now. Descending through 5,000. What's our gross weight now? 758. Speed and fuel on board. Yeah, we still need to figure out a way to lose 300 kilos. We still need to figure out a way to lose 300 kilos. We may need to hold. I'm not gonna lie, we may need to hold. Yeah. Well, we're now looking at. Don't think here. We may end up holding. We may end up holding for at least one orbit. That's about how much steel is on board right now. 4-3. First weight now is. Yeah, we still need to find a way to lose 300 kilos. We still need to find a way to lose 300 kilos. Ouch. Well, actually, now it's only down to 200, so fine on that front. And we're still flying. We're flying rather slowly now, but yeah, our burst weight 757. Fueling board 4.2. I think that does it. We'll wait until it's 756 now. Yeah, we're good now. There we go. That's actually a thing from Seb. Just fly with your speed breakdown. Actually, no, I want to keep this out a little bit more. Seven, 5, 6, on board now is 4.2. We still need to lose another 100 kilos of fuel or so. So we'll just keep that speed break out for another few minutes. So that's what we do. Prepare that in advance. 757. So. And now we actually need the speed brake. So, gross weight 756. Fuel on board right now is 4.2. We're gonna get. Yeah, we still might actually be above. We were only 648 above our max landing from Berlin. So, yeah, we need to make sure that gross weight number by the time we land is 754, not 756 or 755. Clear. Yeah, I want that speed break out, please. And then it's an RNAV arrival. So, yeah. I'm ready to actually take up some extended radar vectors here, maybe momentarily. I'm considering potentially taking some extended radar vectors here momentarily. Seven, 5, 6. That's still not great, but that's because the speed brake's not doing anything now anymore. We can't throw up our flaps until here. Oh, here's an idea. Let's throw our speed all the way down. We'll throw up some flaps. So our speed down to 210 now. Throw up some flaps. And yeah, that's what we'll do. Just go ahead and slow our speed down to 2.3 now. It's been tricky now because we have to do this carefully. I'm maintaining decent descent rate. There we go. There we go. Speed 210 knots now. And that'll sort out that issue. 755. Oh, perfect. Perfect. There we go. Now we're good on that. Don't talk about that at all now. Down to altitude 5,000 feet. Alright, and then let's go direct to the Whiskey Sierra 833 now. Essentially, considering we've now come down to our max landing weight. Now that we've come down to our max landing weight, we'll go direct to that waypoint. Yeah, now the thing you have to keep in mind with these aircrafts is that there is actually no fuel dump. So it's like if you have to land over max landing weight, you kind of just gotta do what you gotta do, you know? It's like you kind of just gotta do what you gotta do, and it's kind of unfortunate, but yeah, that is the nice thing about having about a 777. If you need to dump fuel, you can dump fuel. We can't do that here. With that said, though, I probably wouldn't want to adjust fuel. I probably wouldn't want to dump fuel here, just because we're quite low in terms of above the train. But the second is we're in a small aircraft. It probably wouldn't be that hard to dump too much fuel and then not be able to get to an alternate. So just keep that in mind. Then just to verify on the borrow, we have our performance rate. The borrow is going to be what again? 3980. 3980 on the borrow. Standard pressure now, so 1029. And we need to shore up our speed now. Speed of 180. Salzburg traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf. Expecting RNAV visual, runway 33. Now slowing to speed 180 knots. Inbound via the RNAV. By the AirNott Victor Whiskey Sierra 831 transition. Salzburg traffic. No. I'll put out more flaps if you're not happy with that. Shut up. You're fine. Speed 180 now. 180 knots now. I have the speed brake full, just to be clear. This is the aircraft descending at the rate of ascent that I told it as well, so. Go ahead and throw it on approach mode now, even though we're not quite in approach mode yet. There you go. You're passing these clouds now, which is fine. I mean, I was expecting some clouds. The clouds are broken at 3.6, so yeah, they are technically a little above the minimums, but now we're fine. We're only 300. It's only 300 feet above the minimums, and we can use the non-precision until then. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. Yeah. Visual 3-3. In case you go around, this is the easy part. So, let's wanted speed now 170. You have to be configured early for. We have to be configured early for landing. Yeah, we need to be configured early for landing today, just because of the RNAV visual part. Gear down now, please. Landing lights on, good, good, everything's on, good. Yeah, the visibility could be a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie about that, but whatever. And then, yeah, so it's a visual circle to 3-3. And then it recommended 148 knots by the time we're coming up to waypoint up here. It'd help if we were to, if the RNAV were to work now. So, yeah, it would help if the RNAV were to come alive now. That's fine, right? RNAV gonna come? There we go. Yeah, we're okay. Now this here is not me being proactive. This here is to the person tuning in. This here is not me being proactive. This here is me actually flying the procedure. And yeah, just because we have to be configured early here because we don't have the luxury of a 10-mile final or a 5-mile final. It's in a moment we're gonna take this over. We're gonna take this over by hand in a few moments. And when we do, it's gonna be a circle. Circle to 3-3.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Good. Good. The aircraft is also ready for landing. You're a bit late there, Captain. Captain, you're a bit late there. So you can see the airport now. In a moment, this thing's gonna begin descending us. Okay. In a moment, this thing's gonna begin descending us. We're gonna wait until at that point, until we begin to pick up the RNAV stuff, and then we're gonna take it over manually. We're gonna wait until we pass this waypoint first, and then it's gonna be a circle. So, everyone who's tuning in now for the landing, you got a bit of fun. You got a bit of visual fun here. So that's what you got. Alright. Final approach, clear to land. Salzburg traffic, Speedbird 63 Golf in the downwind for visual approach runway 33. Visual approach now, last call, Salzburg traffic. Alright. We'll wait until we're a little further out. But I have the runway in sight, that's good. Alright. 5. We'll take this over in a moment. We don't have to take it over now. We'll wait. We'll wait until this next waypoint, and then we'll take this over. It's worth noting we do have a tailwind as well. So this is never great. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. We're just gonna continue on this for a moment. We are visual now, which is good, which is nice.
2,500. 100 above.
Noted. Yeah, we can go ahead and continue.
Minimum.
Continue. And of course that's gonna escape from us now because we are now visual. Go ahead and just widen out a little. That's what I'm gonna do. This could probably end up being a small short. I am recording this good. So if I crash, y'all know who to blame. So, okay. Now wait until we're a little further out. Start descent a tad. Just wait until we're a little further out. Go ahead and fly this arrival. Actually fly the improper arrival is what I'm thinking. Gotta be really careful not to clip the wing there. Okay. Let me reduce our speed actually a little. Press with this arm, yeah. Right, turn final now. Descend.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
We're fine.
Terrain ahead. Pull
I know.
up. Terrain ahead. Pull up.
I know.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Up a little. At least until we have
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
at least we have the runway in visual again.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Runway is in sight. Good. Oh, the pressure's on now. Pressure's on now. You're a little on the high side. I can agree with that.
1,000.
Alright. Pull up a little. We're still a little on the high side. Don't know what to do about that. This is almost to go around.
500.
Okay, noted. Still way too high. Very good. Now we're looking better. Wow. I did not think I was going to pull that together for that. Okay, now those brakes are definitely hot, just to say it. I did not think I was going to be able to pull it together for that. These guys going to bash us for the off-center line landing, but wow, what a comeback from Berlin. Alright, before we do anything else, brake fan on, please. I did not think that I was going to be able to come back from that. Wow. Just to verify. I feel like I probably shouldn't have done this beforehand, but yeah, no, you have to make it over here. Yeah, I did not think I was gonna be able to pull that together for that. That approach was feeling very much like a go around, but wow, I'm impressed with myself now. What a comeback from Berlin. Somehow smoothed it out to be probably one of my best landings in the Fenix yet, actually. 213 feet per minute. I mean, could do better, but overall, 213 feet per minute, that's pretty damn good. Salzburg traffic, speedbird 63 Golf is now vacated. Runway 33. Oh, Salzburg traffic. Just pull into one of these stands over here. With that said, we will be taking off runway 33 again. Just because I don't want to deal with the weird climb procedure. I don't want to have to deal with those mountains. So. Oh, that was fun. That was much fun. That was a lot of fun right there. Those lights, taxi landing lights off. I mean, this is usually an airport for cargo, but whatever. We're gonna take one of these stands over here. I think this is actually pretty decent scenery as well. Right? Yeah, that's right. I saw that thing. I was not thinking that we were gonna be able to pull that off. Not at all. Golf 8-4. So this stand will take. Parking brake set. Power on. There you go. Both engines off. Alright, Newsky. What you gonna give us for that? Better give us a 9.5 this time. Oh wow! Wow, give us a 10. What? Okay, off center line landing, but still within limits, or just actually just outside the limits. So, yeah, landed at Salzburg, which means our next leg is to Istanbul. Just landed at Salzburg a few minutes ago. Rewind the stream, maybe like 5 minutes for that because I was stressed with that one. 213 feet per minute. Distance from the threshold 239 meters. Accepted with range 169 through 679. It's an off center line landing. but just barely. So, yeah, that approach felt very shady though. So that approach did not feel where I wanted it to be. Anyway, now real quickly before we get to Istanbul, we are going to download the Flight Sim TO scenery because I've been told it's necessary. Over here. So. Oh, nice. Nice. Always nice when you begin your descent after a long flight. Flight Sim TO in Istanbul. Let me just verify the ICAO code if we're down the wrong stuff. Yeah, and we're definitely not taking the triple for this. Words. LTFM. Freeware. Nice. Oh wait, that's the just here. Okay. There we go. It's this one. And we have the and we can get the GSX profile as well. This is the last time it was updated, just out of curiosity. Okay. Updated. Okay. October 5th. So, okay. We will have to see if this is going to be compatible with FS24. In the meantime, though, I'll go ahead and close FS24 so we can actually install it. We can also go ahead. Yeah, I'm not a robot. Shut up. Okay, and I can also go ahead and download this GSX profile. So, give it a few minutes. I have decent internet speeds, so it shouldn't take too long. Alright. Oh, I say that and then it's going to take forever. So, yeah. In the meantime, though, we can actually go ahead and watch that landing again. So I can brag about myself. Second. You can even watch your own live. Yeah, you can. Alright. There we go. So, okay. There we go. That landing definitely could have been a little bit more stable, but we're just watching the landing. You never knew we could download an airport. Yeah, no. Download an airport and essentially, because Microsoft Flight Simulator might not have the most accurate data, especially when it comes to taxiways, neither will it exactly look the best, right? And so you download an airport and it swaps out the default scenery for the better scenery. Now the downside is Pappies and ILS, those are always a little iffy. But with that said, though, they're always iffy. So yeah, it'll be more realistic. It'll be more realistic. Okay, in that case, virus detected. Okay, in that case, we're not going to download Istanbul. Not if the yeah, we're not going to download that then. Oh, yeah. But anyway, it'll look a bit more realistic. Actually, one of the bigger examples I can think of is Gatwick. So, by default, the Gatwick doesn't have the sky bridge. Rather, if you were to install the flightsim.to freeware scenery, now you can go under that sky bridge like you can in real life. Actually, the Gatwick one is like the best freeware scenery out there, on par with the freeware scenery for Frankfurt by Orbex. Yeah, it'll make it look a whole lot more realistic. It'll make it look. It'll provide you taxiway features that on VATSIM you'll be expected to have, and yeah, essentially all that important stuff. So. Yeah, for Hong Kong, if you also have a sky bridge for Hong Kong, then yeah, probably worth downloading some flight sim TO scenery. So it doesn't matter to me as long as I can go under it, which I have been told by pretty much every air traffic controller, go under the sky bridge, and then I have to say, if I don't have the scenery working for some reason, oh, I'm sorry, I can't go under it. You have to reroute me. And it's kind of annoying for the controllers, I can tell. But the controllers for Gatwick are used to it. Yeah. But anyway, definitely go download some flight sim TO scenery. Right. Most of it's free. Some of it's payware. So, yeah. Anyway, I'll show you. Go back and see that landing again while we wait for this to download. Which we have to extract it still, but that's fine. Turn final. Turning final now, and then finish turning final. And you can see that it looks like I'm way too high. You can see that I'm trying to constantly correct. You can see I'm not really established with that runway at all. You can see how unstable that approach is. Should have been a go around up there. With that said, though, we definitely made up for the mess we made in Berlin, which is the main thing I'm happy about. So very, very, very unstable approach, and I somehow was able to pull it back together at the final possible moment. For a butter touchdown.
Wow.
So now, if you pay attention to the hand movements, which we should be paying attention to, you can see I'm using the hand movements way too much. Way, way, way too much on that final. So, anyway, that's downloaded. Oh, it doesn't include the GSX profile. It does. Extract all. It doesn't include the GX profile. You're good. See it. We're going to be going to Istanbul next. Actually, I think we're going to see how long the flight's going to be. I really want to get to Istanbul, though. But anyway, we'll see it. Alright. Got that in. And then just need to go to the desktop. And I have a little thing on the desktop for those curious. Where is it? Or maybe I don't. Hang on 1 second. Minimize all that stuff. just leaked the AirNott Discord, but whatever. Drag and drop. There we go. Okay. Drag and drop installer. What? Not supported. GSX. Installation. Important. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure this out real quickly. Okay. There's a separate imagery file which can be also be downloaded that covers dual motorway. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. All right, let's get the sim back up, and now that it's been restarted, now that the sim has had a nice proper restart, clearing all the cache out. Okay, and then where's Newsky at? There you go. Around the world, off to Istanbul next. Uh, 6-3 Golf. If we were to do it in A321, which is what we were flying earlier. IAE. 2 hours, 20 minutes. Doing a triple, which supposedly this airport does support. 77200 will take my triple from Baltimore. Actually, I'm not thinking we're gonna do that because oh gosh, I kind of want to be in bed around 3 a.m., which it's sitting at 1:30 now. So yeah, we'll knock out. We'll start out a little early tomorrow and we'll knock out this first flight. Yeah, we're gonna have to knock these out tomorrow. So we got 3 long legs tomorrow. Yeah, no, actually, guys, we're not gonna make it to Istanbul today. We're not gonna make it to Istanbul today, unfortunately, everyone, because I'm just not feeling I want to spend until 4. I'm not feeling like I want to spend until 4 a.m. landing at Istanbul, and by the time we get up in the air, it's gonna be. It'll easily be 3. It's going to be past 4. I'm just thinking I probably do not want to do that. So, yeah. I'm thinking we're not going to try to get to Istanbul then, because, yeah. It's good. By the time we get up in the air, it's gonna be 2 a.m. I want to be in bed around 3. Yeah, no, that's just not gonna happen. The math just doesn't work out there. So, all right. In this case, we're gonna schedule tomorrow night's stream for 9, and we'll try to get done a bit more than 2 legs. Though actually, to be honest, it might only be 2 legs tomorrow as well. We did the 2 shortest legs possible. But then again, we've only been in the sim for 3 hours. 3.5. But yeah, tomorrow we'll finish this up tomorrow night when I have a bit more time. This is a long tour, guys. This is a really long tour. And we're gonna be using a mixture of the 777. Maybe if someone releases an A350, straight an A380 by the time this all gets out, by the time we focus on some of these longer legs, then maybe we'll use the A380. If not, that's fine. We'll use the A350. We'll use a mixture of long haulers for most of these, actually. But yeah, I'm not gonna do. I don't feel like staying up until 4:30 in the morning, landing at Istanbul. So, and certainly not after the mess we made at Lowe's. So, anyway, let's go ahead and schedule the next stream. Y'all get to find out how I do these. Of course, I've been live on camera a bunch of times now. Yeah, I'll take the 777 tomorrow. We'll take a 777 tomorrow. Or do you want to take a 777 or do we want to take the A3? No, it would have to be the 777 tomorrow. At least to Istanbul, then we might switch. Oh, fun fact about this photo that I took is me who took this photo at Baltimore. Plane spotting one day. Around the world. Around the world, number 2. Alright, and then why can I not do anything right now? What's a good name? What's a good wording for this? Around the world. Oh, I don't want to say some long routes because we're gonna have to do that later, but let's think here. Let's explore area, new places. New places, new adventures. Alright. Download. JPEG. Alright, and then we just go ahead and schedule this for tomorrow, probably 9 o'clock at night. Oh, is it not doing it? Damn, I may have to. Oh, hang on. Schedule stream. Where is it? Alright. Time for some new places to land. New adventures to have. And then I'm just going to go ahead and copy the description over from today's. Then tomorrow we're going to take the 777-200. Triple 300, or sorry, yeah, you know, why not? Hey Seb, I've decided that we're not going to get to Istanbul tonight because I'm getting a little tired. I had a bit of a long day at work. And going from Salzburg to Istanbul is a 2.5 hour long flight. So, and figured out by the time we'd be airborne, it would be 2 a.m. my time. And I'm just not willing to be up until 4:30 for this. With that said, we are scheduling it for tomorrow. So, how did the ATC session go? What's the ICAO code again? For Istanbul? LTFM. How many VATSIM idiots did you have to deal with? And then from beyond... Oh, nice. Nice. You got center. That center always helps. It's always nice for the pilots as well to have ground, tower, center, and I mean if clearance delivery is on, which I've never sorry, I have had clearance delivery on for across the pond. Yeah, I've had clearance delivery on for across the pond, and I think that's the only time I've ever had to deal with clearance delivery. Actually, there's one day that I was flying in and out of Atlanta, or not in and out of, but out of Atlanta for some reason. Yeah, I think it was Atlanta to Baltimore. We had clearance delivery on, even though Atlanta was not busy at all. So, okay, and then we get to go to Cairo. We get to go to Egypt tomorrow. And then, if time allows, Q8. But I don't think we're going to make it to... what is it? Don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty pointless if it's not busy. Yeah. Hecka. Is the, tomorrow we get to knock out some longer flights. And then where's it? Hecka. And then Hecka. I doubt that. I doubt that time will allow. That's fine. So. Yeah. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I get it. I get if it's. Yeah, delivery. I get that. Clearance delivery is pretty pointless if it's not busy. So with that said, though, I've been seeing an increasing amount of clearance delivery, air traffic controllers online, especially at airports that aren't busy, right? So I saw, it might have been for Schiphol recently. It might have been for Schiphol recently. They had clearance delivery and tower, and that was it. So. Now let's schedule this for 9 p.m. tomorrow. 9 p.m. Eastern time, so Baltimore time or New York time or whatever the fuck it is. And was I a complete idiot? I need to make sure I download this. Why did I download it like that? I was JPEG. Yeah. Yeah, I have seen an increasing number of clearance delivery people online. I mean, there was the event at Schiphol, and it was just delivery to tower. So it was nice. It's always nice to. Okay. Yeah, I know. You've seen me struggle when it comes to converting to UTC time. You've seen me struggle. New places, new adventures around the world, number 2. Actually, I want to use the 777-200ER tomorrow just because it's a different airport. Okay. Next. Good. We have that scheduled now, and then I'll wait until tomorrow night to schedule this, but I need to quickly double check with Grumpy. When our... Actually, I need to save these. For the Baltimore to Heathrows. I need to save these. So, to Lima Juliet is going to happen. So, Baltimore to Heathrow is going to happen Tuesday, and then Heathrow to Baltimore is going to happen Thursday. That's the plan. So, then we're going to try to stream pretty much every day this week. At least that's the hope. Maybe not Wednesday night. Maybe not Monday night either. I'm gonna go fly. I'm gonna fly with David again during one of his streams. Don't know if I'm gonna do that for Thursday or if I'm gonna do that for. Well, I guess it'll end up being for Tuesday. So no stream Monday night, but definitely something Tuesday night. Most likely Baltimore Heathrow, in which we are kind of locked in with the 777-200. So. Alright, let's do some landing practice because I'm cutting the stream a bit short. Some landing practice. Trying to Honolulu today. Try it. Go ahead and try one of your airports. Yeah. Actually, I'll go ahead and send you this set, but our weekly Baltimore to Heathrows, which we're doing now, both legs of. So, Baltimore to Heathrow, Heathrow to Baltimore. Grumpy scheduled them to happen. Scheduled 22 Bravos. That's the flight from. That's the flight from Heathrow. For Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays. And then to Lima Juliet, which is the flight that is happening, that goes to Heathrow, and out of Baltimore. That goes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. So, with that said, though, 22 Bravo is kind of limited to Thursday, Friday for me. So. Keep Newsky open, and yeah, we'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and get a FSI panel up. And we can do some landing practice. So it's frozen. There we go. Fix Fenix MTD up. Let's see. We'll just spawn on the ground at 8 left into Honolulu. Okay, I will do that. Alright. Give me 30 seconds to get an aircraft set up. Unfortunately, we're kind of limited with the FSI panel right now because apparently they don't like the A350, which is the aircraft we need the most landing practice in. Do a 777-300. It's been ages. Actually, we flew the thing kind of recently. Final. Percent Y. Honolulu. You have your heavy gates somewhere? Are they over here? Are these your heavy gates over here, or are they? Or do? Here they are. Here they are. Go 316. That's fine. Seb, what do you think about the new yoke cam? If you rewind the stream back ways away, You get to see me going all like this with the stick. There you go. That doesn't sound good. APU on battery. Gear is, there we go. Yeah, I can't guarantee it's going to work every single day, though. Unfortunately. Seatbelts auto. And we'll go ahead and tell this thing to fire up for approach. FS actions. Where is it? Or no, it's not that. PMDG setup. Panel load. Approach. Actually, that doesn't have to be approach. No, it can be. Taxi's fine. Go ahead and give that a second to load up. What? Oh, this is annoying. We might have to restart. And I might have to restart the sim. This is annoying. How FSI PM. Okay. There we go. And this is. You can help me out. The ICO code. Oh, you can't see this. It is K. Where is it? GHNO, I think it is. No. Okay, you'll have to help me out. The ICO code. Is it PHNO? Ah, yes, it is. All right. You can see exactly how much I know about Hawaii now. Fuel, short range. Select airport, runway, and you said 08 left. Okay, long final. Go flaps full now. And then what's the weather looking like? The altimeter 3001. Hey, it's not insane. Oh, welcome back, Eat Bacon. Oh, nice. How's your landing? We have opted for a little bit of landing practice instead of flying all the way to 203 feet per minute. That's actually pretty good. That's pretty damn good. We've opted for some landing practice. 203. Okay. 203 feet per minute. Okay. The main thing is that it's technically correct. Okay. But 203 feet per minute. That's good. We're actually just gonna do some landing practice instead because I don't feel like staying up until 4:30 in the morning, which it's 1:50 now. I don't feel like staying up until 4:30, flying all the way to Istanbul. We get to do that tomorrow. The altimeter is 3001, not 3002. All right. Flaps 30. Move aircraft. Set maximum landing weight. Alright. So we're starting out at Honolulu for some of this landing practice. And we're doing it in the 77300. So in the one that extends way beyond the taxiway limit. Actually, it's not that bad. We could get some dome lights on though. Oh, wait. That's annoying. Sorry about that. Webcam only can actually go ahead and be removed. There we go. More OBS issues. Oh, we need to open up this. There we go. So yeah, we get to land. We get to go into Honolulu now, or landing into Honolulu. So what keeps happening with the altimeter? It's 30. It's not 3002. It's 3001. Long final. Flaps 30. Move aircraft. The wind is 070 degrees, 11 knots. Did that release it? Or there we go. Have to give it a second. Main yoke. And just out of curiosity, what are the said maybe as a controller, maybe you could help us out with this. What's the number on the borrow? Open charts, approach, is it? No, it's Sid. Approach. No, wrong airport. Approach. 08 left, ILS. What's the borrow? 213 on the borrow. Y'all got to see me muck up this approach. Oh, first off, that needs to be pressed. It's 230. Oh, why do I keep messing around with the wrong dial? $213 on the borrow. And everything's on good. Alright. My controls. Auto brake to 3. And we can go ahead and slow down to our final approach speed. You're now fully established. Alright. I'll wait until we're proper short final. We'll wait until we're proper short final. Don't worry, Seb. I promise you that when we stop in Vegas, we will make a detour over to you in Honolulu. I cannot imagine that their speed actually is going to be this high. Alright. We'll take this over manually here soonish. Give it a few moments. Alright. 5. I know, I'll wait until we're until a bit more short final. I'll wait until we're short final. Alright. The autopilot's beginning to fail me. Can't lie about that.
1,000.
Noted. Take this over at 700 is what we usually do. 700 at the highest. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2. I'll let this nose settle back down again. My controls. Ah, this is looking ugly. It's looking ugly now. If this were VATSIM, it'd be going around. So that we're descent. I am making a. Okay. Feeling a little low. Feeling a little high now.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Yeah, that was firm. That was firm. That was certainly not the best landing ever. (391 feet per minute). Alright. Now here's a test then. Because I couldn't see a damn thing there. Maybe if we were to set it to day like that, maybe it'll be a little bit better. Maybe we'll have a bit more luck. Long final, flaps 30. That, again, first off, let's see this. Landing distance good, positive landing. Okay, that approach is all over the place though. So, alright, long final. Actually, we can move it to short final. Let's try this again. Yeah, no, that approach was unstable. That approach was unstable. So let's see if maybe if I can have a bit more of a better visual on it. Let's see if that's better. That approach was awful. Cannot lie about that. I mean, if you go out like maybe it's like 2-3 mile final, that thing should be go around. But that's it. They were doing landing practice for a reason. So, and this is in the 777 that I don't usually fly. It's in the Dash 300. Usually I'm in the Dash 200.
Flight slow.
Yeah, I know. It's up to you, computer. It's up to you to establish yourself. Once you get the proper thing going, you'll go ahead and take it over manually. It's beginning to do the behavior I'm not thrilled about right now. Alright. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. I think it looks, I know it's saying it's a little high, but I also feel like I'm a little low.
Approaching minimums.
Yes, having a visual on the runway is
Minimums.
certainly a lot more helpful when it comes to Honolulu. To keep that in note for when we land there with sub.
100.
Also very fast on this approach.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That was much better. Short final, it kind of turned into a bit of a mess. That's because I also didn't slow down. Just put in the speed that we should be at. So. Alright. Give Honolulu one last go, and then we'll probably. Then maybe we'll try. It wasn't quite butter. Wasn't quite butter when you can consider that it's not. It doesn't take much in a 777 to get to like 180 feet per minute, but still, that was much better than the previous attempt. All right, we will go ahead and do this one last time, then we'll switch over to a different airport. Could maybe switch over to Baltimore. Give me ideas. Could switch over to Baltimore. I could switch over to LA. Maybe we'll try Istanbul in preparation for tomorrow. So we're actually going to do the leg to Istanbul. Make sure that approach mode actually goes on this time and make sure that our speed gets slowed. So, yeah, no, it looked a lot better. There's no comparison there. So. Okay, what is FSI panel doing? So, alright. There we go. You have control. One thing, we'll wait for this thing to establish itself. Autobreak 2 is fine. But yeah, if you wanna start thinking of an airport we can go to, just put it in the comments. 'Cause we're not gonna be at Honolulu all the time. All right. Take this over manually. Passing around 700. All right. My controls. And once again, feels like we're getting a little on the low side. Okay, now we're definitely high. Track that center line. Honolulu is also challenging because it's like there's so many obstacles in the way that mess with the radio altimeter. Yeah, we're way too high.
Minimums.
Sync rate.
Minimums.
Sync rate. Sync rate.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Okay. Once again, could have been better. Overall, the winds are what are the winds? 070 degrees, 11 knots. So, yeah, we should be doing better in this aircraft, but whatever. Alright. Let's figure out... Alright, what's the... does anyone know the ICAO code for Istanbul off their top of their head? Or do I have to look it up again? Because we need to do this in preparation for our trip to Istanbul tomorrow. Also give us a second to figure out the scenery. Test it properly. Istanbul CAO. LCFM. Select airport. Select runway. Which one? We'll go 35 right. And then long final. Move aircraft. And I know y'all couldn't see any of that, so. No, you're good. Thank you, Dan. You're all good. Oh, Istanbul looks massive. I've never actually done any kind of research into Istanbul. So it's like, I've never looked at it on a map. Don't even know what the fuck it looks like. No idea. Alright. That does not... Okay, now I see it. Okay. Now I see it. Alright. You're done now.
2500.
I have no clue what the minimums are, but so actually we'll just tell them to reset. I have no clue what the borrow is supposed to be like. Alright. We'll do this, and then maybe we'll do it into either Heathrow or Baltimore next. And then we'll call it a night. Holy shit, is there no localizer up? Is there no fucking localizer?
2500.
Okay. Oh. Time to see what happens. It's time to see what happens. Time to force down the nose. We're aiming for this runway right here. At least I think that's a runway. You have no localizer, which means it's a visual approach. It's gonna be fun. And I don't see any pappies. Double fun. No localizer, no pappies. Just me and a 777 with the marker on the ground. I'll be amazed what we do with this. That's though I think I am getting to see them pappies. We need to go down a little bit more. I think I do see them pappies now. Definitely does not look like default scenery now, does it? At least based on what I can see so far. Definitely looks handmade.
500.
Yeah, I see them pappies now. That's it though, I feel like the pappies are a little off. Scratch a little off actually. Majorly off.
Sink rate.
Getting low there.
100.
This airport's rigged.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Now that's how you land a triple. That is how you land a 777 into Istanbul. Without any kind of PAPI or without any kind of visual instrument system or aid system. It was just me, an aircraft, and a marker on the ground. All right, let's go ahead and let's see. Let's see how poorly we did there. Okay. Distance from center line needs training. Okay, landing distance satisfactory. Rate of descent, mice, make it touchdown perfect. So this time we'll move it to short final, and we will see if we can maybe have some kind of instrument aid system.
2,500.
Though I have my doubts because I think it's an issue with the 777. I don't think it's an FSI panel issue. Oh, we do. Hey, look at that now. You have an ILS. Short final for Istanbul 3-5 right. Do Istanbul, and then we'll do one other airport beyond that, and we'll call it night. I'll help if we had approach mid on.
Glide slow.
Yeah, that's we're getting way too low now. It's like we can't even make the trees.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Shut up. All right.
Glide slow. Glide slow.
2, 3.
Glide slow.
I'll wait for this thing to establish itself.
Glide slow.
Damn it! It spawned us
Glide
in.
slow. Glide slow.
Damn. Yeah, could have done a better job at spawning us in. At least we have a localizer this time. At least we have the ILS. Always nice to have an ILS.
1,000.
Always nice to have an ILS frequency. Alright. Take this over by hand in about 30 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. A little off. So it did it just fine last time. So it set up this aircraft just fine this time. So what was the issue?
$100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Definitely firm. Okay, I was not expecting it to be that firm. Right, that right there is the issue. The one issue with the 777. It kind of butters the landing. It kind of butters the landing, and you don't realize it. Then you don't realize you actually had 400 feet per minute descent. So, in the end, it really wasn't that great. Then again, I was a little early on those reverses there, I felt. Alright. Give us another airport. So you ever tuned in? Go ahead and give us an airport. We can do crosswind landing. We actually need a significant amount of practice with the crosswind landing. I just don't know. Actually, here's a genius idea. Oh my word, that's gonna the most challenging airport out there to land a heavy 777 in. And really, I don't think it has the capacity for it. My 2-4. Long final. Flaps 30. Alright. See if anyone can guess this next airport. In my opinion, it does not have the capacity for... It does not have the ability to handle a heavy 777 like this. But if y'all can figure out what airport this is, I'll be amazed. Hint, it is an airport we have been to before. Actually, it's actually one of the airports we fly in and out of the most whenever we're doing short hauls. Need auto brake 3 at minimum for this landing. What's it? Sure. Please establish. Ascend. I even turned that on the approach mode there. Way early on. Alright, if you can guess the airport, I'll be amazed. Because no good pilot would ever attempt this. No. No good pilot would ever think to do this. Keep that nose down, you bigot. We gotta keep applying that pressure to his nose. You're not established in any way, shape, or form. And I don't even have the runway in sight. There we go. Now we're looking better. Now we're looking a bit more solid. You're not established at all. Let's get the runways over here.
Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, tell you what. Let me just go ahead and move the aircraft again. I feel like that was. Yeah. That sucks. Yeah, no. I just kind of felt as if the aircraft did not do a very good job there at all. Okay. Make sure approach mode is on this time, so it'll pick up the extended localizer. Long final. Once again, I will be amazed if anyone can figure out what airport this is. And actually we get to fly it. Maybe not quite down to minimums, but close to. Alright.
2500.
Surely you're my aircraft now, right? Keeps wanting to do that for some reason. Maybe does think to do with that. There we go. There we go. 5. There we go. Now it's ready. Auto brake 3 for this airport. Now let's see, is it gonna actually pick up the ILS as appropriately now? This is an airport that we should all know well in love at this point. Auto brake 2, no, we need auto brake 3 for this airport. We've been in and out of here several times. Not with this beautiful weather though. Not when it's this beautiful, but we have been in and out of this airport several times. The competition to guess the airport is still on without looking at the screens. VR maybe? Approach? Ooh. I'm curious about something. That makes me curious about something. That makes me curious about something. I'm gonna try this out actually. Once we have a visual, we're gonna try this out, and I still can't say I have the visual. Do I have the visual yet? I still can't say I do. Again, visibility here is absolute dog shit right now.
1000.
Noted. Still am having a hard time seeing the airport. Might not be the best day to try this airport. The competition to guess it though is still on. There we go. Now I got the runway in sight. If you can guess the airport, let me know. And I'll tell you if your guess is correct. This is an airport that no pilot should ever, in my opinion at least, take a heavy 777 into. Though this idiot pilot has.
Approaching minimums. 100. Minimums.
Continue.
20. 10.
If you can guess the airport, I'd be amazed. And this is going to be the only landing we can do at this airport, and we're going to call it a night now. We'll taxi to a gate. So. Damn, that auto brake worked overtime there. If you can guess the airport, let me know. I'll tell you all in a moment what it is. usually doesn't have heavy 777s. Usually it has A320s and 737s. And BA actually does have a small little operation here. It's a place that I've always wanted to go to. It's famous for music, actually. It's a break away. Tell you all once we get to the terminal. We're not gonna bother with another landing for the night because I'm getting a little on the sleepy side. Had a bit of a long day at work. I actually had to lead. Shut up. I actually led a shift for the first time. So my new mate and I you gonna shut about the flaps? Thank you. Guess the airport. It's an airport we all know and love. It's an airport I paid a fair amount of money for decent scenery with as well. In fact, I'm actually kind of surprised at the frames there were. As good as they were. Unit 10. Ah, that is. Okay. The challenge to guess the airport is still on. I'm gonna say that until someone decides to try to guess it. Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna say my curve, the custom curve that I have for the throttles might be a little annoying. Are they expanding? I don't know if they were planning on expanding this airport. At one point in time, this airport did actually have 2 runways. Went down to only the 1, so they could have more gates without having to purchase loads upon loads of land. And this is an airport we have been to in the past. Several times, actually. I mean, we fly out of it. We don't fly out of it every week, but we fly in and out of it at least once a month. It's always a nice airport to fly in and out of. Go on crazy adventures with. And if you guessed Edinburgh, you would be correct. But no one guessed. No one let their guess in the comments. This year's Eddie. Which somehow has the capacity for a 777. Don't know how the fuck that works out, but it does. Don't know how the fuck that works, but it has the capacity. Okay, again, that's getting annoying. Okay, fine. Let me just configure some flaps, just to shut it up. That's what I don't think I've seen the scenery in its fuel in its full glory like this. I don't think I've seen the scenery in its full glory. I'll actually head into a different part of it, Edinburgh. But yeah, no, they used to have a runway, right here actually. You're being used to. For some reason they decided to swap it out, so swap it out for gates, which that's completely understandable. Heathrow Heathrow did the same thing. Heathrow actually used to have 4 runways back about 30 years ago. Then they went down to 2, or then they went down to 3 actually, and then they went down to 2. So they could have more gates, which appears to be a common occurrence. I can almost guarantee that those gates are going to be for Delta. Apparently apparently between JetBlue and Delta, apparently there are more flights now to Edinburgh direct from JFK than there are to Gatwick. Between JetBlue and Delta. Don't ask me how the fuck that works, because in my opinion it doesn't. So I guess y'all get busted to the gate, or busted to the plane. Alright, parking brake set. And yeah, now you see why this airport really should not be able to accept large 777s like this. I mean, this is one of their bigger gates, but even then, it's like... Oh, we also didn't park right, so... Alright, well, that is going to do it for me. Tomorrow night, we have some longer mid-range flights. We get to go from Salzburg, which is where we landed earlier, to Istanbul, and then we get to go from Istanbul to Cairo in Egypt. So, but until then, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Sorry about the change of plans, kind of last minute, but yeah. And I will see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.